says, yeah, I proudly voted for Trump all 3 times. I flew flags for him and put signs for him in the yard. But now I'm out tens of thousands of dollars due to lost federal funding and tariffs, so I cannot export my products, my honey and my wax, to other countries like I could before, and nobody's buying it in the United States. Hay producers in Idaho and Utah that export alfalfa hay to China are now seeing 135% tariffs put on their product, and all of a sudden, they don't have anywhere to ship it. They held it all winter in hopes of sending it off to China in the spring, and now China's not willing to buy. Soybean producers are once again being hit harder than they were in the first Trump administration, and China, for its part, has diversified where it pulls these products from, with Brazil becoming the #1 soybean exporter, and other countries picking up the slack for honey, for beeswax, and for hay around the world. Now, China's doing a great job diversifying, and the United States has relied on exports to China for so long that its farmers are going to just continue to suffer. Once again, the majority of them voted for Trump, and now they're finding out.
Ah, what a beautiful morning. So grateful that Trump got in office. Life is going to be so much easier again.
Traditional family is a failure, leaving you, his wife, so financially helpless that you are forced to rely on the very people that y'all demonize and cheer to be deported just to survive. Now look at you crossing the border into Mexico. Yes, the same Mexico you clutch your pearls over just to be able to afford healthcare. You're out here bragging about voting for Trump, yet you can't even afford to put America first under Trump. You're out here fighting for white supremacy, but white supremacy ain't fighting for you. Make it make sense. And the best part, this is just a warm-up, so buckle up because the real struggle hasn't even started yet.
Hello guys, welcome back. You've heard the bias remorse that many white Americans are expressing right now. They thought that with voting for Donald Trump, they were going to settle the racial scores that they need settled for a very long time. Remember that even up to now, there are many white people who still believe that blacks were supposed to be working for them, and therefore they didn't deserve any rights given to them as they have today. But let them be told that the era that we are in right now is totally different. Black people are saying that they are not their ancestors. They are totally different. They have right to own arms, and that already changes the ballgame. So when you think you can go and start harassing a community, putting them into a certain basket and desiring that they behave in a certain way, that is now not possible. Many black people have talked against that. We also look at how they thought that with Trump's election and how immigrants were going to be chased out of the America, then black people would go back and work in their farms. What did they get? It is them who ended up losing, because white farmers are crying even to date of labor shortage. Immigrants that were coming and were working in the farms were helping them get cheap labor and also make themselves richer. But what is happening right now is shocking to many of them who largely supported Donald Trump. Trump's base has experienced a lot of problems, especially under the programs that Trump is implementing. For example, when he came in with Elon Musk, he had the Doge aspect of government where they wanted to cut the cost of government expenditure. They realized that there are certain funding that were given to people to cushion them against certain harsh climatic conditions and economic situations. They scrapped it. Who ended up losing? It is the white Americans. We had the longest government shutdown under Donald Trump, and that exposed a reality that has been hidden away from many white people, especially during voting times. What did they find? They found that white people are the welfare queens. Remember, this is a tag they have always thrown at black people every time they get a chance to. But with the longest government shutdown being there, we saw something that everybody was not ready to see. And that is why many black people are starting to thank Donald Trump. I've seen videos of black people saying, thank you, Donald Trump, for exposing the rot that America is. Because without government assistance, without subsidies that white farmers have been getting, the white people cannot really live by. They are the ones who have been telling everybody who cares to listen to pull themselves by their bootstraps. But they didn't realize that they needed also to do it
Yes,
for
sir.
themselves,
Thank you.
because the government has been carrying the load for them,
All their lives.
unfairly so, because
All their
we
lives.
have
And
other
they've been
people who are
boasting
also
as well.
taxpayers. Why are they not receiving the same favor from the
That's what
government
makes it
as they are?
laughable, Father.
It is because they were white. Right now, under Trump and the Doge cuts, they are crying. So, there are many Americans, especially whites, who feel that their aim of targeting black people in terms of punishing them through Trump's election has not come into fruition. And many of them think that Trump seems to have betrayed their cause, and Trump is not implementing the things he promised he would implement. So, while many motivations are highly diverse, sociologists and recent focus groups note that a segment of white working class voters motivated by racial anxiety and a desire to dismantle diversity systems are experiencing significant bias remorse after Trump's failure to fulfill his promises. Some of the key reasons as to why they have this issue is shared economic sufferings. Punitive policy aims did not insulate voters from systemic realities. White working class families are struggling equally with high grocery expenses, lack of affordable housing, and escalating costs. Remember, they thought that blacks were the ones who were going to suffer. But what has happened?
Tables turned.
Grocery prices. There are no groceries that are set aside for white people or those that are set aside for blacks. If grocery prices rise, they're going to rise for everybody. So they have shared economic suffering.
That's right.
And it is so sad for them, seeing all of them going to queue in line to get certain commodities. Same with black people. And they use same prices. We also have self-inflicted tariff damage. Aggressive import tariffs intended to isolate domestic markets backfired, disproportionately lowering the net income of middle and lower income families by raising the price of everyday goods. I've always talked about this impact of tariffs on local prices in America. Remember that America imports certain commodities from countries, and when they import them, if there is an import tariff that Trump has slapped a country with, this tariff is going to be passed down to the last buyer in the market. So you'll say that China is paying billions of dollars in tariffs, but it is not China. It is America, because it is being removed from Americans themselves. So if Trump wanted things to be affordable for common Americans, the first thing he would do is scrap off.
You can now get thousands of pounds towards new windows and doors, and you don't need to be on benefits to qualify. If your windows or doors are over 5 years old, you could be eligible for the UK's
the tariffs that he has slapped different nations with, because that is becoming a barrier to other nations, in fact, even getting imports from America. I remember the time when China needed soybean. China is one of the greatest importers of soybean from the United States. So they went and looked at their trade with America, and they realized that with the tariffs, things are going to be very expensive and the trade is going to be a little bit protracted. So they went to Argentina and they got tons and tons of soybean that left American farmers with their soybean unattended to and unsold. That was a loss to the American farmers. So who lost and who gained? So when you come up with policies, you need to think through the overall impact that they are going to have on your people. Trump didn't think through this issue of tariffs. He slapped every country with tariff, and that has resulted in Americans facing a lot of challenges when it comes to the overall impact on their daily prices. Another issue is the erosion of shared public safety nets. While the administration targeted diversity initiatives, the resulting sweeping budget cuts and funding freezes also eroded community programs, schools, and public benefits that working class white families rely upon. I explained that earlier. They thought they were going to end programs that were being funded for DEI initiatives. But what they came up with is cut or budgetary cuts on very, very important programs that were cushioning white middle class Americans against certain shocks from the economy. We also have declining blue-collar employment. Aggressive immigration and trade restrictions shortchanged rather than saved key blue-collar sectors like manufacturing and construction, causing working-class job opportunities to shrink across the board. So when Trump said that he's going to bring back manufacturing jobs to America, that is when many companies are opting to leave United States. So how has Trump helped Americans? In fact, I think Americans, some of them are feeling that they would even do better without a president than have President Donald Trump as their president. Because Trump is coming up with policies that instead of giving them relief, these policies continue hurting them, showing them the worst side of America and of white existence in the United States. We have the final point as destruction of foreign conflicts. Instead of focusing purely on domestic demographics and cultural priorities, the administration's involvement in costly external entanglements, such as the conflict with Iran, diverted massive federal resources while driving up domestic gas prices. This Iran war is a double-edged sword for Trump. On one end, it is killing Americans, servicemen. It is also taking up much of the resources from America. It is also consuming much time that Americans need to spend on other things. But finally, it is also turning Americans against Donald Trump.
Very true.
This is something that Trump could avoid. But for him, because he's always very abrasive and thinks impulsively, he decided to go on this war. Remember, this was not even America's war. It was war between Israel and Iran. Then Trump took America into it. The leader who promised to be a peacemaker started a war. While he said this is going to end in 2 weeks, we are going past 3 months, 4 months, 5 months. No answer.
What about the depths?
Where will Trump get solution to sort out this problem? So
Again,
all these things are
damn
compounding
oceans of blood.
and leading to Americans' buyer's remorse and the cries that you see many of them bringing forward about how they feel cheated, they feel betrayed, and they feel they should have not made this choice that they made during elections. Thank you for being with me till this moment. Appreciate your company. What's your opinion? Kindly share it down in the comment section. And if you're coming across this channel, please don't forget to subscribe if you're Still standing in my way. 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 That's what my man can do. Standing in my way. What man can do. Standing in my way.
You think this will be, then I'll go home with you. You're crazy. What if just falls through? What if just falls through? It takes much more, you see, just to go out with me. You're crazy. Sadness standing in your way. He's my man and he don't play. No, he don't play. I just wanted to see when he was in my hand. Wasn't nothing. You think this will be, then I'll go home with you. You're crazy. What if just falls through? What if just falls through? It takes much more, you see, just to go out with me. You're crazy. Sadness standing in your way. He's my man and he don't play. Yeah, like that. I just wanted to see what he would do if I did with another man. I was flirting with you, just to see what he would do. I let you hold it, squeeze me in all your I didn't know my time, when you want so much, while they that man standing in your way. He's my man and he don't play. Ooh, I just wanted to see what he would do if I did with another man. I was flirting with you, just to see what he would do. Whoa, I've got to go right now, but I think I know. I'd like to stay a while, so you sadness standing in your way. He's my man and he don't play. No, he don't play. Ooh, I just wanted to see what he would do if I did with another man. I was flirting with you.
You know what? When they don't like to hear about women, when you call her a woman, In a world where they build hospitals with men at the front,
You think I dance for you, then I
his name is Steve, not Eve. Yeah, crackers, right there.
want it, just for you.
With Steve,
Want it, just for you.
why Eve?
It takes much more you see, just to go out with me.
You're crazy. But that's what I'm dressed.
Business living in your way.
I'm drunk here.
He's not man and he don't play.
In Mexico.
No, he don't play. Oh, I just wanted to see what he would do if I did with another man. Flirting with you, just to see what he would do.
Cultivated to the Ruach Kodesh spirit. Oh, what a spirit. Why? Right? And you haven't got it, have you? You damn right you ain't got it. What's your replacement to it? The Holy Spirit. What is the Holy Spirit? What is it? You yourself don't even know what it is. It sounds good though, innit? But there is no such thing as the Holy Spirit. No such thing. Try the Ruach Kodesh. Try that. That's what's inside you. That's the breath. I'm not saying any things like you. That's the Spirit. Not Holy Spirit. What the hell's holy? And show me one of your sons that can show an example of this so-called holy. The Catholic Church? Please. It's an insult to the real children and the real parents. You are. Because you're the example of what it's meant to be. It's an insult, man. Right? And that's why people are going to get killed. But we're going to save a lot of children. We're going to save a hell of a lot of children. Watch and see. We're even doing it now. In down track. because one thing you can't take out of people, right, is common sense, common knowledge, and common decency. These are three elements. There's another one, but I forgot it, to be truthful with you. There's four really, but these three definitely, you cannot use it. No matter if you turn into a waste man, a tramp, a prostitute, it don't matter, because these elements wake you up from being a tramp, a prostitute, or a waste man. And there's nothing to worry about being these things, because this is what they push you to be. So when you're being you're drug addict, or you're waste man, or you're prostitute, do it with Father, do it with Jesus. Tell them this is not what you want to be, but this is where you find yourself, and you want them to help you. And that's what they do. But you have to build a relationship first. They don't care what you're doing, right? They do, but they don't. They're not going to hold it against you, because the world's built so you do these things. And the damn Adam, right? He is the start of all this. Him. So from him, our Father disconnected himself from man. Disconnect. And took us out of that Garden of Eden and brought us here. So we have to earn our way, right? To get in Father's good books, so we can get brought back as the good children. And that's what dance is. There's nothing else, guys. Beautiful children. Then they will say good morning to you. They will ask you how you doing. But they're only doing it now, right? Because they know we're speaking about it. Right? Yush? Yeah, yes, my brother. They're a joker, sir. They're an absolute joke. They don't do humanity, guys. They just talk it.
And Gary Beaton, we understand they knew each other.
Guys, listen, you can't do humanity because you stole humanity to replace yourself here. It's not like there was robbers and thieves here. There was good children here. And then you came and put yourself here. So you're cursed, man. You're cursed. You're cursed.
The question is, who is the killer? Or
And your
are
sons,
there
don't
multiple
stop
killers
murdering.
at large
See what
as
they
well?
keep
Well,
doing.
those are
Murdering,
questions
killing people,
that I
your
put to
sons.
police. They were
All
unable
they keep doing.
to give me a conclusive answer on that, but clearly that will form part of their inquiries. A great sense of angst among neighbours, and we've been speaking to some of them.
From what I was told by a policeman, is there were 3 people in the house, and there's been an altercation between them, and 2 people have obviously come off worse than the third.
It's so close to home, and it's a wee bit scary, to be honest. As I say, I've been here about 9 months, and yeah, I'm just very shocked.
The detective leading this investigation also told Sky News that they are keeping an open mind when it comes to the motive. Let's have a listen.
A knife has been used in this investigation. Just now I wouldn't comment further in relation to that, but what I would do is appeal for witnesses who know any information about the whereabouts and movements of Gary and Paul on Friday morning, preceding them being found dead on Sunday afternoon, to come forward to the police.
Why is Friday key in all of this? Is that when they were last spotted in public?
Yes.
And were they together at that point?
What we know is that Gary and Paul were seen in the Partick area on Friday morning, and that's how we're focusing our attention from Friday morning at 9 AM until 5 PM on Sunday afternoon.
Do we think this is a dispute and a murder over drugs?
We can't comment just now. What we are doing is keeping our open-minded to the motive of this extremely distressing investigation, obviously for the family and the officers that are involved.
How unusual is it to have a double murder in Scotland, and for you as a major investigation team to be dealing with a double homicide in one go?
Yes, that is unique, and that's why it's a dedicated resource from Police Scotland's major investigation team, supported by local officers from Glasgow Division and also partners from Forensic Services.
So there's a great shock here, and the families of those who have been murdered are, we're told, being supported by specialist officers. This investigation very much continues here in the heart of Scotland's busiest city, and neighbours that we have been speaking to over the past couple of hours have told us that certainly the police are telling them that potentially there was an altercation in there, and all eyes are on who that third or fourth person could be here in Glasgow.
Okay, Connor, for now, thank you. Israel's military is to open internal criminal investigations over its troops killing a Palestinian girl, and in a separate incident, the killing of 15 paramedics. 5-year-old Hind Rajab was killed alongside 6 members of her family in a car while trying to escape the fighting in Gaza City in January 2024. 15 aid workers, including 8 Palestinian Red Crescent medics, were killed in March 2025, and their bodies were found in a mass grave. Well, the IDF previously has said it had mistakenly identified a convoy of aid workers as a threat after an investigation by Sky News, which proved the ambulances were clearly marked when Israeli troops opened fire on them. But the Israeli military have also said they are not going to launch a criminal investigation into the April 2024 attack, which killed 7 World Central Kitchen aid workers. British private security contractors John Chapman, James Henderson and James Kirby were all killed in that attack. Well, we have a statement for you regarding the World Central Kitchen attack. The Israeli military say there was no reasonable suspicion of criminal misconduct that would justify the opening of a criminal investigation. For more than 1,000 days, the IDF has been conducting intensive combat across numerous fronts, carrying out a wide range of military missions in an exceptionally complex operational reality. As part of the IDF's obligations under international law and Israeli domestic law, the IDF examines exceptional incidents that occurred during combat. Middle East correspondent Adam Parsons is standing by with his analysis for us in Jerusalem, as you can see. And Adam, let's just start by if you can remind us a little bit more about Hind Rajab, the little girl, and how significant it is that the Israelis, the IDF, will now launch a criminal investigation into her killing, but not other high-profile deaths.
Well, first of all, Hind Rajab, who is certainly going to take the greatest attention from this announcement, was the absolutely tragic young girl, only 5, whose killing got so much international attention and led to huge condemnation of the Israeli military.
Check on. Yeah, Isa. Right, these are your children that you're killing still. Yeah, and you're getting people to show. I mean, I say because they're children, we feed it them. We feed it because they're children still, and they get caught up in it. But technically, we have no animosity for them, really. And I know it's a horrible thing to say, but these Israel children are children of Satan. We have no animosity for them. Gentile children, 100%. These children here, they want to come and put on your platform for people to feel sorry for. Hell no. What about Palestine children, even though we don't like them either? Well, but then your children want us to feel sorry for. Not at, even though they are children, and we do feel. But no, because Father says, kill the little ones as well. That's what he says, as a command. Right? So don't try and get sympathy around there. Right? What about the 165 girls who killed the other day? You just drop bombs on them in a girls' school. What about those? Huh? You're not talking about them, are you? You're an absolute hypocrite, man. And this is why your father's going to beat you.
Not men.
About these Caribbean, wrong words. Let's get it right. Esau nursing infant children. What, so we can't have sex with these ones at 3 years and 1 day? Why not? They're Gentiles. Why not? Why? Why not? Why? Because they're Satan's children. Why? Watch what Father's going to do to them children. But you can do stuff to other people's children at 3 years and 1 day. You want these children to be treated like what? Like they're us. Are you mad? Are you foolish? It says that them children are going to die. They just don't realise it. But if they could read and knew they're bleeding ABC, then they'd know Malachi 1, 2, 3 is talking about them. Damn tramps. And that's real talk.
Really, because this was a young girl who was killed, not because of the horrendous circumstances in which she met her death.
Killed?
So Hind Rajab, along with other members of her extended family, were in a car that was fleeing Gaza City, fleeing from a suburb called Tel El Hawa, in 2024. And as they drove, their car came under attack. Now, we know that the car was attacked by the Israeli military. In fact, we subsequently know that it was hit hundreds
and you're still going to be
of
friends with them.
times. Now, in that first attack,
The same ones who tend to
5
put
members
poo-poo
of
on
the family
Jesus.
were
The same
killed,
ones.
leaving just Hind Rajab and her
Ones who
15-year-old
pay your
cousin
bills.
alive. They contacted the Palestinian Red Crescent, and then there was another attack while they were on the line to the Red Crescent, which killed the cousin. That meant that 5-year-old Hind was the only living person left in that car. Unimaginable scene of horror.
Sign up for, guys.
What made it more extraordinary was that she then spent hours on the phone to the responder from the Red Crescent, expressing her horror, talking about how she was injured and begging for assistance. Now, the arrival of an ambulance appears to have been blocked by the Israeli military for that town until it was eventually allowed through. 2 paramedics were in that ambulance. They were in communication as well, and then we hear the sound of explosions and gunfire, and all contact is lost. And it is not till nearly 2 weeks later that the Rajab family, what's left of them, are allowed to go back to the scene, and what they greets them there is the entire extended family dead, the car strewn with bullet holes, as well as the bodies of the 2 paramedics whose ambulance has been destroyed. Hind Rajab has become this figurehead, if you like. Feature films have been made about this incident. A foundation has been set up in her memory, and her death was condemned all over the world. It is now being investigated as a criminal matter by the Israeli military, what will be an internal investigation, who are also looking into a separate incident more than a year later, when, again involving members of the Palestinian Red Crescent, when 15 people were killed, all of them Palestinians. And what is horrendously memorable about that was an investigation carried out by Sky News that confirmed that the ambulances and other vehicles hadn't just been attacked by the military, but had then been put into the ground, and bulldozers have been used to cover up those vehicles, and what to many seemed like an absolutely transparent attempt to cover up their culpability for those attacks. I think the Israeli military will hold this up as an example of holding itself to account. There has been constant criticism that Israel does not do enough to either rein in its soldiers or to investigate them when events like this happen, whether it is in Gaza or in the West Bank. It is worth noting that the military has also declined to carry out criminal investigations into a number of other incidents, including killings of members of the World Central Kitchen, whose vehicles, which appear to have been clearly marked as charity vehicles, were hit by a military attack.
And they still hit them.
Okay, Adam, thank you.
They don't like you be a helper.
Back in the UK now, investigators have found that track irregularities close to where a train derailed near Lewis last week. Let's go straight now to Sky's Amelia Harper, who's got the very latest for us. And what more have you learned?
Yeah, we have got this afternoon a little bit more detail about some of the key facts and preliminary findings from the Rail Accidents Investigation Branch. This, of course, being a body that investigates derailments or accidents on railways like this one to ensure that we can prevent them in the future. And they have found that there was a track irregularity in the immediate run-up to the derailment, but I must stress that they have said that at the moment this is a finding. This is not being linked to or cited as a cause of the derailment, because their investigations will continue. And just to remind you what happened, and I will add in some of the information that we have new in today. On the 13th of August, we had that train travelling from London Victoria down to the south coast to Eastbourne. That was its final destination. It derailed near Lewis, and there were about 150 people on board. And this is new information. So the train had 8 carriages, and we know that the rear 3 derailed and overturned. And the report has cited that 30 people were injured, 2 passengers suffered serious injuries. I mean, you can get a scale of a sense of the scale rather from the images that we're looking at there. And I can bring in some of this preliminary data that they have discovered. So the train at the time was travelling at about 65 miles an hour, and this is just below the 70-mile-an-hour speed limit as it approached the derailment. And the driver applied the brakes as the train passed the point of derailment. What we are looking at here, circled in red, is what the investigators are referring to as this track irregularity. This is some CCTV from a train on Greater Thameslink railway services, and this train shows track geometry irregularity immediately before the derailment.
Stop trying to scam. There it is, miss. Stop trying to scam people. You little waste man. You ain't clever at all. Stop trying your scams, scamming people because you're a tramp, because you can't survive in this difficult world. So you've got to scam people with that scam in mind. You've got to get their stuff. Stop scamming people, you little tramp. We know life's difficult, but you scamming people is not going to make it more easier for everyone, is it, you little scammer? Because you can't survive. And it's you everyone's pointing at because you're a little idiot. You've got to scam people. You've got to strangle people. I say, oh, when I think it's all right, I'll let you go. I don't want to have sex with you while I'm doing it. No, that's just too much power, girl. That's too much power you're giving that idiot. Way too much. You damn tramp. That's too much power, girl. You tramp.
Emergency services were called to report that 4 people had been struggling in the water. They'd been swimming around Shoreham Port, just between Worthing and Brighton on the coast there. And then it was overnight that we had the very sad news that 3 people from the same family had lost their lives and died after struggling in the water that afternoon. And that's a man, a woman, and a teenage girl, all from the same family. And we also learned that the 4th person, a younger girl, remains in hospital in a critical condition. Now, as you say, the Prime Minister, Andy Burnham, has been responding. Let's hear what he had to say.
It's so sad to hear what happened yesterday. Obviously, we think there's a young girl still in hospital fighting for her life, and we send our best wishes and love to her wider friends and family, but a real tragedy, a real terrible family tragedy. Always there's more that can be done. Obviously we will look in detail at what happened. The thing I can say today, and there is still I think a further heat wave to come in this summer period, is just to remind people about the dangers of open water swimming, the coldness even in when it feels hot outside, it can shock people, and that can cause the difficulty. So people just need to remember that at all times. I do need to praise the emergency services, who I know were on scene very quickly yesterday. They've had a busy summer, but they were there, and we thank them.
So his response there in 2 parts, really, offering his best wishes to the people that have been impacted in this incident, to the family and to that young girl who's in hospital in a critical condition fighting for her life, but also issuing a call to action, really, and warning people about the dangers of open water swimming. We heard from locals on the scene yesterday that the water had been somewhat calm, but the weather conditions yesterday having changing to choppier waters and the winds picking up speed as well. But Andy Burnham saying that even when you see sort of hot weather and calm water conditions, that actually even if it's hot outside, sometimes the water can be incredibly cold and can shock people and can be dangerous. So clearly in this incident, the police will be working out exactly what happened, but the very sad news that 3 people lost their lives, 3 people from the same family after struggling in the water yesterday afternoon, while a young girl, also of the same family, remains in hospital fighting for her life.
Now, inflation has risen to its highest level in 4 months, driven by a surge in the price of energy bills. The increase was widely expected by forecasters, with the rate of inflation now hitting 2.9%. That's an increase of 0.3% from the rate in June. More now from our business and economics correspondent, Paul Kelly. has.
No, it's bigger than
Inflation
that.
is on the rise. Let's take a look at what's going on using our economic pressure tracker and what it might tell us about where the economy is heading. Here's our chart for consumer price inflation. We've got the green line in here. That's when the US-Israeli attacks on Iran began, the start of the war, and we're going to see how that's impacted the economics. 2.9% was the path of inflation, up 0.3% on June. That's driven largely, directly by the change in the energy price cap, which sets the domestic price of energy for most of us. Now, it was falling into the second quarter. This chart is broken because Ofgem's actually changed the way it calculates what an average household spends, but it went up 13% in the cap for the period July to September, and actually the red line of forecast is that it will continue to rise as the year goes on. So that is a cause for concern. There are a couple of factors that are actually dragging back the inflationary impact of energy prices. One of them, it might not feel like it, is fuel prices. But this is July's numbers, remember? Look, as we went into July, petrol prices were falling because the oil price was stabilising. Another factor that will be welcome, and again, you might not feel like it, but food inflation is declining, so prices aren't rising as fast as they were, so that is another positive. And we can take a look at the commodity prices that underlie those household bills. Oil, we know, has jumped around and gone up sharply since the war began, but we'll look at natural gas briefly here. It is on the march upwards. Gas sets the price of electricity effectively. Okay, it's hugely important in our energy bills. And if that does march up, it hasn't risen as fast as oil since the war began, but if it does, that is going to be a challenge for the economy. Let's talk about the economics of this. The Bank of England watches these inflation numbers closely, and it considers it its base rate, the path of interest rate, 3.75% right now. Expectations they'll be held there in September. The market thinks there'll be another rate hike this year. It's not certain, but perhaps will be up at 4%. One other number to draw attention to: gilt yields.
We're going to Daniel.
The British government
Chapter 10, verse 21.
20
Only for Michael.
highs. That's not
Read
just
what
a
it
UK
says.
problem, it's been reflected
Read
across
it.
Europe
Only
and
for
the
you.
United States. So there's concern about
Daniel.
the level of debt, about political instability, about the path of interest
Chapter
rates.
10,
There's also an
verse
AI
21.
factor here.
Read what
AI
it says, son.
companies raising
Read
their
it
own
slowly.
debt, which
Line
might be
for line.
preferable
Talking
to
to you.
government borrowing or lending to governments, but also a sell-off
But they're not showing
potentially
you these
by
things, are they?
AI
They don't want you to
and
rise,
tech
do they?
companies to raise the cash to invest in
And it's in your
AI
book.
infrastructure. So all of that food for thought.
21.
This mobile rolls over any unused data and automatically shares it with your team, saving you time and money. Search Sky Business Mobile today.
Yeah, I just had to check. Yeah, 10, 21. Yeah, it's there. There it is right there. Danielle. It says, but first, I will tell you that which is written in the book of truth. There is no one who stands with me against those evil messengers except Michael, Misha'el, the prince over your people. It's written. Right? And there's more than one Michael and there's more than one Misha'el. So if your name is Michael or Misha'el, then you need to get your skates on now. Because someone's called in your name. Right? And if you take the name Michael or Misha'el and put an A right next to it, then that's the woman version, Misha'el. And she's just the same. Weird. So, he's got his plan. Right? And he's got his children's name. There's many names in there that you guys fit. But you just don't know who you are. But it's in the book. It's in the book. And he ain't going to tell you. Why would he tell you that to empower you? Why would he want to empower you? That crock of spring. Sure. So that's for today. That's for all Michaels. That's your one. Your little prince. Your father loves you. Why? Because you stood by him. You're the only one that stood by him against some evil messengers. Doesn't it say that? So what does it say? Well then, so he's talking to you. So go and get yourself a relationship with him. And you'll be so surprised what he'll give you. My God. Weird. Yeah? See it in beds. Of course you're beds, because you're a little boy. You're a little boy sayer. You had your chance. Now it's done. Right? There's other sons now. You had your chance. Your dance done. Rasta.
Isn't it about
And that's why they don't want you to know father, because they don't want you to have no sons. They want fathers up to grovel and go back to Satan. and say, shall we let the good times roll? Good times roll, you weirds.
Let's
Not
get
good
right
times
into
roll.
it. Lloyd's, proud partners of British cycling.
And today was the day they were going to confirm Fedorov's replacement, Kamara, Yevgeny Kamara, and he was due to be confirmed today.
What about this one? Let's have a quick laughter, right? Let's have a quick laughter. We're there, we get Exodus, right? I can't remember which part, but it's in there. Now, remember, these stiff neck, right? Dedication to Bob, because Bob gave us that. Stiff neck fools. Right, it's talking about these children, really. Anyway, now, please remember, beautiful children, before these stiff neck fools, right, was in the wilderness, they was first where? In Egypt, and Egypt is where? Middle East. You're too lie. It's not Middle East. He's lying, miss. It's in Africa. So anyway, when these stiff-necked children was in Africa, when they was in bondage, and they was begging Father every day to help them, yeah? And every time he said, Pharaoh, let my people go. Well, that dance there, and he used 10 different plagues. He could have used one, but he said, no, I'll go ahead and show off, and I'm going to use 10 plagues, and I can guarantee you on this 10th one, he will release you. And what happened? The 10th one he released. Not even that, he came back with 600,000 men, and some more nonsense. But anyway, the point I'm making is this. You've seen all the magic and all the wonder that Father could do, and you've seen him technically. You haven't seen him, but you've seen him, because he was always behind the clouds. The point I'm making is this. Now, in Exodus, it says, right, Father says, I want you to speak to the kids. Kids, get around. Get the children of Yasharel. Moshe, that's his name, not Moses. Moshe, go and get the children. So, Father said, how come you take so long, this boy, Moses, Moshe? Simkali, so Moshe, weird. Where's the children? This is what Moshe said.
Are you back?
Yeah, I'm back, bro. You alright?
I'm alright.
Yeah. This is what Moshe said. Moshe said, Father, the kid said to tell you.
I'm gonna fry an egg. Do you want a fried egg?
Yeah, if you just do it, and then you could leave it at the side for me for later on.
Alright.
Yeah, thank you, brother. Yeah, hear what the kid said. Right, Moshe, tell Father whatever he wants to tell us. Tell Father to tell you, and then you can tell us later. This is what these children. Don't forget, these are the same children that Father took out the wilderness when they was in trouble. Right? These are the same children, took out the same children. And now when he's giving them instructions via Moshe, Moshe is now saying, Father, you have to tell me, and then I tell the children. So Father says, so weird, no, we change, well, so they are the parents now, and I am the child now, yeah? Right? And it's just continuous stuff like that these stiff-necked children are doing. This is why we are in this situation we're in today. It has nothing to do with white people enslaved us. Right? They have a little 10% blame. Right? But Father did it because of your disrespect. You keep forgetting that part. Your disrespectful way. You keep forgetting that part. Right? And this is why we are where we are today. You still think you're better than the shit that comes out your ass. You still think that there's no one higher than you. You still think that you created yourself. You still think that you created the heavens and earth. You still think everything arose around you and your stupid sons. But you have something in store for you very soon, right? Very soon, you have something in store for you, right? Because you are as worse as these children, right? And not even the Gentiles, right? This is you, Israel, I'm talking to, original Israel. Not even the Gentiles, right? Lynch their king, right? And Charles ain't even a real king. But you can go to any British person and offer them whatever you wanted to offer them and say, let's lynch him. Go and see what they say to you. Go and see what they'd say to you, right? And that's not even a real king, right? But your real king, you lynched. You lynched your real, and it's a real king. And then you wanna run up, here comes a guy like Jesus. Resta, you have no idea what they have in store for you if you don't change. Because you're meant to be the leaders. You're meant to be the leaders, Dan. And as far as we can see, The only thing you've done is you've killed your king. You've lynched your king. And there's witnesses, right? So nobody can come say, oh, you're lying. Or when you go to Acts, right? Acts, the chapter Acts, 10:39, it's there. We are witnesses. His own children, Judea and Jerusalem. What did they do? Crucify him? No, they lynched him off a tree. That's what it says. You damn tramp. And that's something real Yasharel remnant can't forgive you for. Damn tramp.
So there's demonstrations outside Parliament because of that. And today, NABU and SAPA, the two anti-corruption agencies, have started raiding.
Because they know he looks just like the way I look, right? This is why they don't like him, because they don't want you to know what they look like. They look just like me, guys, right? They look just like me, and that's what they don't like. So they want to turn you against his complexion, and that's all they've been doing. No reason, but they got you for decades hating a complexion, just hating it, 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 saying it does all this stuff. But then when you look, it's their own sons that are doing all this stuff that they're saying that we're doing. And you still can't see the nonsense that you're doing. You still can't see it. And you still can't see that you've been ruled by Esau, modern Israel. Modern Israel. You know modern Israel, the one that you're scared of? That one there is the one that's making you behave like that. But let me ask you a question. Have you got any children with modern Israel? Do you have any children with modern Israel? Do they do anything with you? No, they don't. They treat you like shit. And you allow it. And you allow it. And you allow it. They got their own hospitals, they got their own ambulances, because they don't want to be nowhere near you. But then you're paying everything for them. Everything they buy. They say they get it from you. They say anywhere we go around the world, they pay for us, the state. And anywhere we put our children, there's always a policeman out there. They've got to protect us. That's what they say, and that's what we're doing. You damn tramp. And then you want to come and do their dirty work by hurting their twin. We are their twin, if you knew what was really going on. They are the albino children. We are the twin of them. But they hid that from you as well. And also, we're brothers and sisters. We're all Hebrew. I bet they hid that as well. We all come from 3 sons. I bet they hid that as well. So what did they tell you? They told you about AI. So what's the difference? AI or HI? He says T. I don't know the difference. Let me explain it to child. One is called human intelligence. The other one's called artificial intelligence. Which one you want? HI, right? Or AI? Which one you want? You gotta snap out of these stupid sons. Right? They're a joke, these sons. They're a joke.
Presidential officers.
There's no humanity in them.
Officers of the deputy chiefs.
There's no love in them.
And that's going on as we speak.
There's nothing masculinity
This was
in
all
them at all.
going to be quite
This
big.
one's wearing a
There were
dress.
rumours
This one's
of
having
revolt inside
wearing
the Ministry
makeup.
of
This one was
Defence.
talking about
But
operation.
if
I look like a
Kamala
Yushi.
goes into the
And this one's talking about
MOD,
back them
a
one.
whole series of officials
Stop,
will
man.
walk out and leave him with no staff.
This one wants to go
That may
all
not
the
be true.
toilets
Those
and
are the
fight
rumours
women
that go around
because he's
Kiev.
in there and she's saying that he
On
can't
that
be in there.
basis,
It's a
Federal
madness,
then
man.
comes out last night in a 9-minute YouTube clip in which he challenges the whole government, not just about his position, but he says we can't carry on like this.
Everything they know what you're
It's important to have an election in these circumstances, but he says, look, if this war is going to go on for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years more, when do we have elections? You know, we are fighting for democracy here. At some point, we have to be a democracy. Now, that's a reasonable point, but his challenge is a really big challenge. So what Fedorov is doing, he's taking the gloves off in that video, and he's saying, I challenge Zelensky as the leader of this government. The way we don't know, but this is Zelensky's most dangerous day today since the Russians invaded in 2022, when we thought he'd be dead by the end of the week, if you remember, in 24th of February. And I remember saying, the Iran Sky said he'd be lucky still to be alive at the end of this week. Well, he is, he's there. But today, politically, is his toughest day, for sure.
In the early days of the war, Zelensky was polling at around 80% support. That has dropped away to around 30% support.
Yeah. And who you asking, how you asking. Yeah.
But there's been quite a significant drop. And contenders, challengers, other voices have gained more support.
Fedorov's very popular
as a result. And Fedorov, do you think, has noted the protests in favour of him, noted the upswell of support, and thought, right, this is the time to start moving the kind of the checkers around?
I don't know how he thinks it might go forward, but he's explicitly challenging for some sort of leadership. He's been offered senior roles, but he said, no, I only want to be Minister of Defence. He said, the only two things that will make a difference in this war is the Minister of Defence and the Chief of the Armed Forces. I can't be Chief of the Armed Forces because I'm not military. I couldn't do that job. But I can be Minister of Defence, and I should be, because I know how we should organise our society to prevail, to win this war. And so that's, he won't take anything else. Presumably, if somebody said to him, well, will you be president? He'd probably say yes. But there's no constitutional method for that to happen that I'm aware of. Anyway, unless Zelensky just gives up the job and says, okay, you have a go. Anything is plausible at the moment. This is an extraordinary situation. But an election is almost impossible to imagine. Because, having elections in wartime, there's occupied territories, there's 3.5 million people under occupation in the areas that the Russians occupy. There are another 3.5 million have left that area and are internally displaced. There's 5.5 to 6 million Ukrainians living abroad. How would you run an election with the Russians bombing wherever they can? How would you run a safe election? It's almost impossible to imagine in these circumstances of hot war after a ceasefire. That was what Zelensky was working on. If we could get a ceasefire this year, then part of the idea would be we would hold elections. And behind all of this is the United States, who would like Zelensky to go because they think that a successor would do some sort of deal with the Russians and give in and the war would be over and America would claim credit for it. And so the Americans are behind, it is believed, certainly believed in Kiev, they're behind a lot of the Nabu and Sappo operations, the anti-corruption operations, because they think that they will weaken Zelensky by doing that. And they're right. Zelensky is not regarded as corrupt himself. He is very rich. He's very rich before he went into government because he was he was the best TV producer in Ukraine. But people around him have been regarded as corrupt. And this time last year, Mindish, his great friend, cleared off. He's now in either Austria or one or the other. Nobody's quite sure which. After an expropriation, an embezzlement scheme said to be $100 million. $100 million, you have to say, that's the cost of one F-35 aircraft. That's peanuts compared to corruption in the West and in the Gulf monarchies, for instance. But it's corruption. And it was about defence. And Mindish cleared off. Andrew Yarmak, who was Zelensky's chief of staff, had to step down because of the corruption of getting close to him. He still denies it, of course. And Zelensky has been surrounded by people who have been suspected of lots of corruption. Not him himself, but it's being said that he's just not being strong enough about all this. So,
No, no, no. Say, they come back for us. I know. Right now, I am on my best behaviour. In my talk about the P's and Q's, put that away. Right? That's not even in no class today. So I'm talking about the P's and Q's. Put that away. You say, what about the I's and the T's? Put that away. Right? You're dealing with royalty now. You're still there. You Trump. Right? And it's not going to go to your European children, right? Because you're known for not washing. That's what you're known for. Don't forget these things. Because we're going back to the original. You know, original names what people are not Nika Gollywog or Black British or Black American. No, Hebrew. Not white people. No. Gentiles. And by the names what Father called us. Not names that man wants to create to make himself then look good. And he couldn't even get to his own bleeding disco. Damn tramp. Now he wants to stop all discos. Unless it's circular nonsense devil music. Blessed by them fools first. I have no idea this. I would ask you to dance with me. He's running off. He's running off. Yeah, because you can't abuse the air when you're dancing with us. You glide into it or move away from it before it turns on you. All that choreography nonsense. I have no idea where you learned that from. That foolishness. No idea. They're lying to you, beautiful children. They're teaching you how to be aggressive. That's what they're teaching you.
So I never can understand it, the way the system planned. There's no hope, no chance, no escape for a sufferer man. But every time I head about water, I try to save myself from drowning. There's a cold and Eskimo. It's like keeping me down. Still I never resistance. I'm gonna work it out. You know I never resistance. Work it out. Stay home tonight. I want to spend some time with the family, but stay home, make it right. Sometimes I wish you make me feel like mother, when every sign says no way out. Breaking my back to make it overtime, darling. That just goes from man to mouth, still I'm never resistance. Work it out. You know I never resistance. Work it out. You know I never resistance. Work it out. You know I never resistance. I'm gonna work it out. Lord. I never can understand it, the way the system goes. I don't know how they do it. It's only one way things go. Every time I head about water, I try to save myself from drowning. There's a whole Eskimo. It's time to keep me down. Stop. Never resistance. Got to work it out. No, I'm never resistance. I'm gonna work it out. No, I'm never resistance. I'm gonna work it out. Never resistance. I'm gonna work it out. Stay tonight. I like to spend some time with my family. Stay home, make it right. Sometimes I wish I could be like mother. But every sign says no way out. Breaking my back to
Imagine, guys, right? If there was a system that was designed to separate you and your family. Imagine that. And you think you've got problems. You have no problems, guys. You've had an easy life. Nobody split your families up. Nobody ever changed your names. Nobody never told you who you wasn't or who you was. You've had none of these things happen to you. Not one thing. You've had a very easy life. Very. No one's ever shut you down for anything you tried to do. No one's ever killed any of your prophets. No one's ever stolen anything of yours. No one's ever stolen your identity. Nobody would want your identity. But all these things are coming to pass now. Because people want their identity. People want to shine bright for their father. No, Trump. We want to praise not Satan, not Satan gods and Satan nonsense, but our materials. It's just foolishness, though, when you know what's going on. Because you got it that way around. You got it as your wealth is your health. That's how you got it. When it's supposed to be your health is your wealth. But you got it right the other way. Because you think money can buy everything, no?
But separated east from west and north from south. So Humpty sat upon a wall, and Humpty had a great fall.
No, that's the only truth, man. Yeah. Guys, you need to remember, right, without indigenous people, yeah, there would be no dance. You need to remember these things. Because it's white people, right, and it's Asian people who are mashing up humanity. I mean, completely smashing it up to bits. And if you can't see it, you're going to get caught up with them. And their stupid life, their stupid saying life. I mean, they have no control over it. No control at all. All they are puppets. They can't even say anything about it. Look at them. The most of you is me speaking. Because they can't say not one word. Because it tells them, you read that book, we put you to death. You told me anything about Jesus, you're supposed to just put him in poo-poo. They tell them what to do. And your 3-year-old girls and that, we have sex with them. We do what we want with them. I mean, how clear do you need it told? But that's your punishment for going against children that done nothing to you. Oh, please believe me, there's so much more to come. There is, Rasta, you're still there. What about the bird in the water?
The great historical war, but separated east from west and north from south. So Humpty sat upon a wall, and Humpty had a great fall. All the king's horses and all the king's men, when the back the Berlin Wall together again. The Berlin Wall, do you remember the Berlin Wall? The Berlin Wall, do you remember the Berlin Wall? I'm talking about the great historical wall. Just the other day, it crumbled and it fell. And people came from as far as America, and people came from as far as Africa, just to see the great wall coming down. That's not the mash, you don't them looking down. The Berlin Wall, we will remember the Berlin Wall. The Berlin Wall, we will remember the Berlin Wall. Remember the great historical war, but separated east from west and north from south. Humpty sat upon a wall, and Humpty had a great fall. All the king's horses and all the king's men, when we back the Berlin Wall together again. The Berlin Wall, do you remember the Berlin Wall? The Berlin Wall, do you remember the Berlin Wall? I'm talking about the great historical wall. Just the other day, it crumbled and it fell. And people came from as far as America, and people came from as far as Africa, just to see the great wall coming down. That's not the mash, it don't them looking down. The Berlin Wall, we will remember the Berlin Wall. The Berlin Wall, we will remember the Berlin Wall. It's the wall that separated people from love and humanity. And a lot of people living in insanity. Without freedom of expression, without freedom to be rights, without the privilege to stand up and unite. But the mash, you don't go keep on. The Berlin Wall, we will remember the Berlin Wall. The Berlin Wall, we remember the Berlin Wall. Humpty sat upon the wall, and Humpty had a great fall. All the king's horses and all the king's men, got back the Berlin Wall together again. No. Do you remember how many people lost their lives? They had power, but to shoot them down. The mother that left their daughters, the fathers that left their sons, everyone, yes, everyone felt the pain. The rocky down, the mashy down, the Berlin Wall, we will remember the Berlin Wall. now. From Czechoslovakia and to Romania, and from Syria and to Libya, and from Moscow to Lithuania. Yes, everyone, and if everyone feeling fine. Them rock it up, them mash it up. Berlin Wall, them rock it up. Berlin Wall, Berlin Wall. We will remember Berlin Wall. I said the wall that separated people from love and humanity. A lot of people been living in slavery and brutality. Without freedom to comment, without freedom to demonstrate, without the freedom, yes, to walk away. They mash it up, they break it down. Berlin Wall, we remember Berlin Wall. Berlin Wall, we remember Berlin Wall. Great historical fall. We never stood so tall. Side up on the wall.
And had a great fall, and all the king's horses and all the king's men could not help that fool ever again, right? One second. Let me take his bless. Right, this was getting a bit British. British. A little bit late. Oh, a bit late.
Woodward.
A bit late. A bit late.
At timelessness are usually
A bit late. The British. A bit late. What about here? The word here. You give a little bit of British. So yes or no? Windsor. 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 It was a cotton. It was a cotton.
Today at one, a girl's in a critical condition after 3 members of her family died in water off the coast of West Sussex. The Prime Minister sent his best wishes and love to those close to the family and warned of the dangers of open water swimming. We'll have the very latest also on the programme. An initial report into the train derailment at Lewis last week finds there was track irregularity before the accident. A bed for every rough sleeper in England this winter, the Prime Minister's new pledge on homelessness. Tennis star Nick Kyrgios is suspended after testing positive for cocaine. And the Queen reveals the pressure of keeping the King's cancer diagnosis a secret and how she supported him through treatment.
I'm the one with some relation who's got to help to look after my poor husband and try and understand it all.
And coming up on BBC News, England begin the new era under Joe Root with a wicket first ball. We'll bring you the latest from Leeds in the first test against Pakistan.
Good afternoon, welcome to the BBC News at 1. A young girl is in a critical condition this lunchtime after 3 of her family members died after all 4 entered the sea off West Sussex. A large emergency response was launched at Shoreham yesterday afternoon after the family got into difficulty in the water. Earlier today, the Prime Minister, Andy Burnham, sent his best wishes and love to relatives and those affected and reminded people of the dangers of open water swimming. Sam Harrison reports.
The child has to learn things.
A huge emergency response in Shoreham Port. Shortly before 3 o'clock on Tuesday afternoon, emergency services were alerted to reports of 4 people struggling off the coast of the Sussex. A lifeboat, helicopters, and a number of ambulances were involved in the response. Ultimately, though, there was a tragic ending. 3 out of 4 individuals died, and since been confirmed they were all a part of the same young family.
Sussex Police supported His Majesty's Coast Guard and the RNLI as all 4 people were brought ashore. Tragically, despite the best efforts of paramedics, 3 people, a man, a woman and a teenage girl, were sadly confirmed deceased. A younger girl has been taken to hospital and is in critical condition.
These latest fatalities follow a string of awful events on the Sussex coast. In May, 3 sisters died in the water off Brighton Beach. After that, a 55-year-old man died here at West Wittering in July.
That's what it says now.
Then,
it's showing
earlier
you
this
all
month,
your
an
wicked
18-year-old man
failures.
lost
It's
his
showing you
life off the
controlled
coast of
by
Kansas.
ethos. And
Today,
showing you
Shoreham
this stuff
looks
is
very
writing about
different.
you,
The
where you
water
can't do
calmer, the
anything about
beach
it as well.
quieter.
What makes
That's
you
a
even more
contrast to
embarrassing.
yesterday
You
when
can't
this
even
was a
take
scene
your children
of chaos
or your
and
women.
ultimately tragedy.
And we're
A
annoyed
stark
with you.
reminder
It wasn't like that in the
that water
70s. No, it damn
safety
well wasn't.
is as
You had
important as
Margaret
ever
Thatcher,
before.
right?
It's been
and
a
you had the
difficult
Queen.
summer in
And
terms
there's
of people
no
getting
way
into
they're going to be
difficulty
allowed to
and
do
drowning
anything
in
for
some of the
children. You're
waters
mad.
around the UK. The water moves
That's
around. It's cold. There's waves. There's rip currents. There's things that you can get trapped on. There's different shelvings of the beaches. The sea floor undulates. There's a whole range of things that can catch people unaware.
It's so sad to hear what happened yesterday, and obviously we think there's a young girl still in hospital fighting for her life, and we send our best wishes and love to wider friends and family. But a real tragedy, a real terrible family tragedy. Always there's more that can be done. Obviously we will look in detail at what happened.
For the local community, it's been a grim time. Thoughts very much remain with the family of those affected.
It's a really sad day here in Shoreham by Sea. I think everybody in the community is really shocked and saddened by what's happened, and our thoughts are with families and friends of the 3 family members who sadly died yesterday, and we're all hoping and praying that the young girl receiving medical treatment in the nearby hospital makes a full recovery.
Police say more information is still needed to work out exactly what happened here. It's though another tragic loss on the southeast coast.
Horrible stuff. Stuff you wouldn't even imagine.
Well, a number of
But that's what they
people
do.
have been coming
To
down
children.
to the beach
Stuff you
here at
wouldn't even
Shoreham Port
imagine,
to
guys.
lay
That's
flowers
what
this
they do.
morning to pay their own
And then showing you their pale
respects. The
faces.
mood
That's
here
what they do.
remains
Which one? Because you can
very
say,
sombre
which one they want to do?
indeed. We've also heard from the port itself in a statement. They've offered their condolences to the family involved, and say they will fully cooperate with any police investigation going forward. We've also heard from further afield, as you were hearing just then,
take a look at yourself, man.
Andy Burnham offered his best wishes to the
take a
young
look at
girl
yourself,
who
because you're not
remains
hot
in
at all.
hospital
You're not
in
even
that
hot. You're not even
critical
hot at all.
condition.
It's a
We
system
haven't had a
lying
further
to you.
update on that, and I'm sure his sentiments are echoed both here in Shoreham and nationally across the country
It's a
as
cruel
we await
system, this is an
more
absolute cruel
news.
system. Very
Now,
cruel system.
operationally, in
Very
terms of
cruel
emergency
system.
services, there aren't any
One of the most
emergency
cruelest
service
ones
vehicles on the
designed,
scene
these
anymore. A
empires.
cordon
This is one
was
of the
lifted
most
some
cruelest
time ago.
ones,
That
this one.
means the main road coming through Shoreham here has been
Right, 'cause it's not
completely
how humans
up and
treat
running
each other.
over
Esau.
the last few hours.
And
For
came to
locals,
you because
though,
you've never had
this
nothing, so you
remains
just run
a
around
very
for Esau.
worrying time, and they are
You
very
gave
much in the
humanity
shadow
up for this.
of
That's what
yesterday's incredibly sombre
And now they're taking the
events.
mick out of you and writing their books. So anyway they are across the world, they know their people, they treat you like that.
In other news this lunchtime, in the last half an hour, there's been an update on the investigation into why a passenger service partially derailed in East Sussex last week. The Rail Accident Investigation Branch has found irregularities in the track near to where the train derailed. 30 people were injured when 3 carriages on the 2:24 p.m. Southern service from London Victoria to Eastbourne came off the tracks at Lewes. That was shortly before 4 o'clock on Thursday. 2 people remain in hospital. There have been calls for more investment in transports in the South East, with Lewes MP James McClary saying concerns about infrastructure must be considered as part of the investigation. Meanwhile, the operation to separate and remove the derailed carriages has now begun. Fire crews have been spraying water around the train to reduce the risk of fire caused when sparks are put through the metal. Our transport correspondent Katie Austin joins us this lunchtime. So, Katie, the report just out. What have we found in the initial investigation?
That's right, we've been going through these initial findings that rail accident investigators have released this lunchtime. So one of the things we know they've been able to look at so far is CCTV from the train that was involved, and apparently from other trains that use that section of track today. And one thing the investigators have pointed out was what they described as the irregularity with the track geometry just before the point where some carriages of that train came off the tracks. Now, my understanding is that kind of means a fault in how the rails are aligned or laid out. Another thing that is highlighted in the initial update is that there had been a period of very hot and dry weather, and it's talked about how the clay embankment in that area can be susceptible to change because of the changing moisture content, and it may move as moisture levels change. Now, they found no evidence of a significant slip before that derailment, but there was some evidence of some movement previously
Yeah, I like that.
That reggae music has a different melody to it still. Everybody likes reggae music now. Without a doubt, brother. That different flow to it, man. Everybody likes to love music, man. Trust it, man. And it's vintage too. No matter when you make it, man. You can play 100 years later, it's still carries you. The jam, rubber dub, the children, lollipop, right? And you learn it from them damn sound system man, them. That's where you learn it from, them sound man. Nobody know music like them. And when they make music, they got their names in it as well. They're dangerous, them sound men, them dub players and specialists now. They're dangerous. And I went around and cut music like Nazi and Muslim. They cut dubs for fun, bro. And they don't get no recognition. And then you go and give David Wellington MBE instead of these mans. And these men are vintage. To this day they're still here. For these men. And these men are reggae music. And these men are the ones who done hip-hop, soul, reggae, because this comes out of this music. But you just put it on your man like Tim Westwood, and what's he going to do? Disrespect the sisters? And rape up all the sisters now. You don't promote our people, do you? On our own music. You promote your people on our music. That doesn't make sense, then. It's like calling father a white man. It doesn't make sense. That's just nonsense. But there's no concept in the Bible as white people. No concept at all. There's no such thing as white people in the Bible. You'll never find that saying, white people. Never. Not once. So somebody's lying. And it says, Revelation chapter 22, right at the end, it says, don't lie. Don't change any of it, because all the diseases, I will chuck them at you. And if you're not in there, I still chuck them at you. And close the book gently. Then it tells you to go and play. Remember, it controls the root up Kodesh, what's inside you. So anything it wants to give you, there's 4 wins. And anyone then wins. It can bring anything it wants to bring you, because you have the nostril, one for good, one for bad. They're not telling you these things. Why not? I'm telling Miss. Right? Because Miss knows this. I don't know why you don't know it. Right? But you think you're better than Miss, and you think you're better than Grandma, and you think you're better than Grandpa. This is why you don't know nothing. This is why you're a stupider. You do have crocus brain.
The rest of the investigation will continue. It'll look at a number of things, including how this section of track was inspected and maintained, the weather conditions, and how effective measures designed to mitigate any risks from that weather, how effective those measures were.
Okay, thanks, Katie. The Prime Minister has promised every rough sleeper in England a bed this winter as part of his pledge to end rough sleeping on the streets.
Be quiet. Be quiet. Thank you.
Hey, what are you doing?
Just trust me, put these on.
Wow, what are these?
They are smart glasses. Watch closely. One tap, sunglasses.
How did we get to a point where we treated other human beings as slaves? And we're okay with that. When I see the Make America Great Again, my comment is, do you accept that could possibly be construed as a racist remark? And most people, a lot of people go, how could that be racist? Make America great again? I said, so just ask yourself from an African American experience, when was it ever great in America for the African American? When was it great?
That's too big of a question to ask.
So if you're making it great again, it's not including them. So it's to teach us in the woke world, to open up and accept the possibilities that our privilege has created blind spots for us. And maybe I haven't seen what is really happening in all my eating.
This is a clip of Bryan Cranston explaining to CNN's Chris Wallace how Make America Great Again could be construed as a racist term, and I have some thoughts.
I see the Make America Great Again. My comment is, do you accept that could possibly be construed as a racist remark? And most people, a lot of people go, how could that be racist? Make America great again? I said, so just ask yourself from an African American experience, when was it ever great in America for the African American? When was it great? So if you're making it great again, it's not including them. So it's to teach us in the woke world to open up. And
all right, first off, those points were excellently presented by Bryan Cranston. Second, I want to draw attention to the question that he asked. When was America great for the African American community? Because it's something that I've asked conservatives many times over the years. And quite often, their answer is during segregation. Now, they don't come out and say it that way, but they will say things like, you know, back in the 50s, black families were stronger. They weren't out there sagging their pants, and no one was complaining about any racial problems. White people and black people.
Hope everyone's doing alright. Hope everyone's doing alright. I've been a naughty boy now because I've been 15 now. I've been a naughty boy. I don't have to stop being a naughty boy. I'm still praising Father, but I'm being a naughty boy, but I'm doing it with Father. So it's not the point of, you know, what you're doing is share it with Father. Well, when you do good things, we share it with him, don't we? So when we're doing bad things, we share it with him as well. But when we share it, we're asking him to help us to not do it. Yeah, you get that one. You see that one, isn't it? A good one, isn't it? Right? We're asking him to help us not to do it. And he will love that because he's saying that the children are thinking, they're knowing that I'm there, they're knowing they're doing wrong. You know, it's been advertised that it's good. They know it's wrong. They've been doing it all their lives, but they're trying by asking me why they're doing it to guide them. Now he likes that. And that's not the flesh talking. Shut that where it belongs. It's the ruah. That's being awoken. The inside you, what is coming from. That's being awoken. Gently. It's got to be gentle. Why? Because Matthew chapter 5 verse 5 says what? Blessed are the gentle. Why? Because they will inherit the earth. Not the rough and the tough and the ragamuff. The gentle. And it's 2 angel numbers, 5:5. Matthew chapter 5 verse 5. One more time. Blessed are the gentle. Why? For they and only they shall inherit the earth. And what's inside here? The gentle ruah. Because there ain't no rude boy ruah. You can forget that. That's disrespecting the ruah. That's insulting it. And you will die for insulting it. So all that nonsense and the bird flu, sorry, Father. So all that, forget that. It's not that kind of ruah at all. The more gentle it is, the more you glorify in it. Yeah? If you disrespect it and they give it to you, they will utterly kill you. They allow you, right, when it comes to doing sin, because you're a man. So they forgive that. But the ruah kodesh, to insult that, there's no forgiving for it. And it tells you that in Mark, as they call it, chapter 5 or 6. I just read it yesterday. So if you are blessed to get this thing, you've got to know how to look after it, guys. Right? Because this thing is royalty. And don't forget, right? Allah the Michael, right? Good afternoon to Allah the Michael and the Misha'el. Don't forget what Daniel 10:21 tells you. Don't forget. Right? So that's to all the Michaels and the Misha'els. Daniel 10:21. He's talking to you, Mr. Prince. So you need to shake up your boots, man. Right? Because Father knows why he created you. And knows why he gave you that name. Why? Because he said, I call you by name. He didn't say I call you because I gave you a blouse to wear. He didn't give you no blouse. He didn't give you no bra to wear neither. Right? He's calling you for something serious. And the only reason why he's giving you a bra, because he's not being called. He's going to burn. And he wants you to burn with him. That's all it is. Especially if you're a son. If you're a son, you're a trillionaire. If you're a son. He gave the world to the sons. But you've got to be his son to be a real son. Just something to think about, sons, right? And there she is there, grandma and the little infant son. Doesn't work no other way. Doesn't work no other way. There it is right there. Doesn't work no other way. Right? And with every good grandma, right? There's always a grandpa, always. 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 You stay there. Right? Because he don't even know how to tie his shoelace without grandma. You stay there. You have no idea about grandma, you know. You stay there. Sure. And the bell rings, thank you. No idea about grandma. You damn tramp.
Got along fine. It wasn't until liberals came in and started riling everyone up that black people started complaining about all these racial issues, and now we got the problems we have today. So yeah, conservatives are openly nostalgic for a time in which black people were legally second-class citizens and culturally too terrified to speak up about their problems out of fear of retribution. So yeah, I don't know, maybe that has something to do with the reason you can't get black people to vote for you. Like, maybe.
Different generation now. Different generation. And Father's here now. And we know
And
who
then
we
I
are.
comment and I say,
And we know
please
why
provide
we
research
put
on
it.
that.
So it's
I would
completely
love to
different
see
now.
the research on this.
But you must be
Seriously, I
humble.
would. I would love to see if there's real research on this. And I say, please provide statistics. And then they never answer me.
You must be humble. And children are watching.
Yep,
And you
and
can
not
get
just
that,
when
aren't
you're
you?
here.
If you
With
sort
the
of your
help
own
of Zero
children are
Accounting
watching.
software, I've sorted my numbers too. So now I can take my business anywhere.
Children are watching. All this nonsense, all this foolishness. Let me tell you what they say as well. They say, right, children are great imitators. So that means that we need to give them something to imitate. Now, all he wants you to see is his stupid phone and these stupid Facebook idiot white boys, Mark, whatever, because he's got billions to come up with it. How do you know he come up with that? Huh? That's just some idiot they put there. And you're looking at him like, oh, he's just that. Why? Because he's got money. He don't even have to make his bed. Look at the state. Look how ugly the boy is. Right? Don't make money fool you, man. And this is stolen money, man. Right? And the thing what they're using to make money from damages children. It absolutely crucifies them. This thing here, this dangerous thing that they call smart machine. The worst thing they ever come up with. And then you got parents addicted to it, but telling children not to be addicted to it. But you got parents who can't come off it. You're a joke, man. And you're the ones who're supposed to be protecting. Sorry, you're the ones who are supposed to be protecting the children. But then you're so quick to curse the children. And remember, the children are more violent than you'll ever know. This is a violent breed of young children. I mean, absolute violent. Why? Because the stuff that they've been brainwashed to watch would petrify and terrify me and you if we was to watch it. The children watch it like it's nothing. Right? And that's what your phone has done to your children. Your children are violent now. And they're not happy until they see blood. And they even know where to put the knife in. They even know what parts to put it in where it hurts and kills. What stab does what. Your children are evil, done. Because they got this there. And you've left them on their own. And this thing will repeat. How do you do this? How do you do that? And it will tell them intricately. And they're not getting no attention. But this is giving them attention. This thing here. This. And any attention, right, is better than no attention. Go and ask a child that. Bad attention is better than no attention. And this is where we are with our children. They are the most violent you'll ever come, right? And the Bible doesn't say that. It says children, right? We'll be having children. It didn't say children. We'll be killing children, right? Or children will be changing their sex. And I'm foolishness thing. They tell you that, and children are now paedophiles now. And now children are grateful to be a paedophile servant because of the candy or the house or car that he gives the child. This is where we are, guys. This is where we are. Earning children for fun, right? And that didn't stop, right? That didn't stop. Because the first, right, was that damn Pharaoh in Africa. Not Egypt, Africa, right? When they tell the woman, chuck him in the river, right? And that never stopped. That didn't stop. That hasn't stopped. And it's the sons who control the dance. The sons. So they want to get these little fools here to be the sons, run under Satan. Just some idiot sons. By the time you go boo, they run. They have no idea how to do anything in the house, or any housework, or anything with duties. No idea at all. They're not that sort of sons at all. They cannot survive without women. Cannot survive without women. And then they treat women like poo, the way they treat women. It's an embarrassment, the way they treat women. Absolutely. And then they got the audacity to run around with little boys after, in front of the woman as well. And she knows that's what he is. There is no way you can't know, because he doesn't hide it. And he has no respect for you. He builds hospitals, not for you. He builds it for his mates. Doesn't build it for you. And the list goes on and on and on, the stuff he does to you. He even swaps you for items when you're pregnant with the Irish. So where's the respect that he has for you, sister? Where is it then? Show it to us, so we can learn from it. Where is the respect? Where? But just remember, good sons would never do that to you, sister. These are things that we've heard, and we're horrified. We've never heard these things before, until we're hearing them now. And we've got the proof of them, as you know. And this happened in Bristol. But we wouldn't even know how to even think it. Father would crucify us, and doing that in his name. He would crucify, just to have the thought to do that kind of nonsense. He would crucify us. So don't you ever think on any condition that we'd ever do that to you. Because even if we wanted to, he would crucify us. You hear me? And we wouldn't even do that. We wouldn't even know how to think of something like that. And this is where we are. This is where we are. You're allowing Satan to make you just think evil's good. Because he's paying you for it. And then he's got his children to curse you and make you know what place you're in. And all that's doing, guys, is just getting you ready for who? The Antichrist. We're not talking about the Muslims' Antichrist. We're talking about your Antichrist. That's the one that's got a bit of power. That one there. Right, so if you think the children are bad, then can you imagine what the Antichrist is going to be like, guys? And then if you think the Antichrist is bad, can you imagine what Satan's going to be like then? Huh? And these guys have a dance in this place here. They have a dance, right? 7 years, but it's really 1 week. 7 years is really 1 week, but they have the dance, and this is what they're getting ready. This dance, and this is what they want you to be a part of. This dance, and this dance is going on. And while this dance is going on, the children will be taken up. Because Father's not going to leave the children here. We're going in the wilderness then, where he's going to reveal himself to us. Many will be called, but only a few will be chosen. Because the majority are going to be like Egypt, so I do apologize, like Exodus, there she is. And that's why you should read Exodus, because this is what's going to happen again, the second Exodus. This is what's going to happen again. And there's going to be people moaning. And he's just going to wipe you out. And this is what's coming, guys. This is what's coming. But they're not telling you these things because they want you to join this stupid dance. This stupid Satan dance, what they're getting ready now in in modern Israel, there. That's why there's no cameras in there. And all that nonsense. And there's bombing and blowing up and killing people. So they can just keep the Middle East for themselves and just keep it for Satan. But remember, Father's allowing it to go on. Remember, he's allowing it. Because there's a lot of rotten children in that. He doesn't mind them dying. He doesn't mind it. And the only reason why he hasn't smashed it out is because his children are still here. And his prophets are still trying to get them to come home before it changes. And when it changes, everyone is going to be having the runs. Even me, myself. It will be petrifying. You wouldn't even have to put words to it. Damn trying. And they're not telling you these things, are they? They're just telling you about looking pretty and being white.
On Yahtzee flag, you are at a Yahtzee rally. And Keeks, I'm kind of implying that you might be one. Not because you're marching in robes, not because you're wearing a pointy white hat, but because you keep asking for research that you won't read. You go to rallies and you won't leave. Next to flags you won't condemn. And at some point, I didn't know stops being an excuse and just starts being.
Why are y'all so angry? You have the White House, you have both houses of Congress, you have a Supreme Court that is completely obedient to your president. They're willing to give him unlimited power. They're willing to say that he can take SEAL Team 6 and kill anybody he wants. They're willing to affirm that. They're willing to say that ICE can racially profile anybody they want. The United States Supreme Court has said you can racially profile Latinos based on their accent or the way they look. You guys have everything you want. You have legal racial profiling. You've ended DEI. You've ended affirmative action. You get all the best jobs even if you're not qualified. You can be a Fox Weekend host and be the Defense Department's Secretary of Defense. You can be Kash Patel and be a podcaster who wants to go to Valhalla and run the FBI as long as you're conservative. You have everything. Why are y'all so angry? What the fuck are you angry about? You've banned all of our books. You've banned Black history.
You banned all of our books. Don't forget that. But I've got them though, obviously.
Legal racial profiling. You've ended DEI. You've ended affirmative action. You get all the best jobs even if you're not qualified. You can be a Fox Weekend host and be
qualified. You get all the best jobs even if you're not qualified. So you can see the world was designed for you. So we don't even know what it is you find to complain about. Right? Because everything's been designed against brown children. But everything's been given to you. And this is what Father is showing you. All over the world, he's showing you this before he cripples you. He's showing you how easy you had it and how hard his children had it. And then when you go to Isaiah chapter 47, and it says, "Come, Yagyal, sit in the dirt while I tell you something. Can you think you're some sort of princess? I profound my inheritance, and I gave you my inheritance, and you showed my inheritance no mercy. Come here with your skirt open. Open your legs. Doesn't it say that? Read the thing, man. Right? Because when you was plotting and scheming, right, with your Psalms 83, verse 4, let's not make them a nation. Right? What, you think Father wasn't hearing all that? When he was plotting and scheming and writing them nastiness there, huh? You thought Father wasn't hearing all that, yeah? Engineered by Esau, because you ain't got the power to know what's really going on. So you don't think that has consequences? You don't think so? And up to now, these children, you're trying your hardest to wipe out with all sorts of lies and alibis. They're still here. They're still here. They're damaged, yeah, but they're not broken, right? But yes, you've damaged them, but they're not broken, and they're still here, and they're still dealing with love. Imagine that. Right? And they're damaged. Imagine that. So imagine when Father comes now, yeah, and he changes their hearts, right? And he puts his heart in them, and he puts his spirit in them, and he puts his soul in them. Can you imagine what they'd be like, these children then? Can you imagine the stuff they know to do, these children? Right? And you know the real ones, right? They carry no animosity to you at all. None at all to you at all for the stuff you've done. None at all. Right? Because it's not our duty to. Right? Because our ancestors is the reason why. Father gave, there's the punchline. Father gave us to you. He gave. You didn't have to fight, Robert, no. He said, take them. The stiff-necked children, take them. Right? You want some money to take them money to take them. Do whatever you want with them. And you're thinking, why would he do that? Right? Well, go and read Exodus, and then you'll know why he did that. And the children are still forgetting that. They're still blaming white people. And then you've got Esau, right, because brown people are still hurting, allowing Esau to now say that white people are the devils. What white people did to you, Gentiles did you, has nothing to do with being the devil. No, right? You was disobedient to Father, so he called upon a favor with the Gentiles. That's what it says, right? And if they were children of Satan, he wouldn't have asked them, right, to come and look after his children. Think about what I'm saying to you, idiot. And then he asked them for another favor. In Romans chapter 11, verse 11, he said, I need to make these idiots jealous. Let me borrow you to make them jealous, and I will let you come in if you stop drinking blood, stop strangling, stop making love to animals, and worshipping idols. And worship me instead, and I will bring you in. Now, he's not going to say that to any child if it's a child of Satan. So stop your noise, you downtrodden. Because you have no idea how Father's using people to do his work. And then once they do it, he brings them in. You don't care about complexion and colour. You downtrodden. What he cares about is what's in him. Right? The ruach that he put in there. That's what he cares about. Don't care about no complexion. Because remember, he did say to Satan, do you know what? Look at the beautiful children. I just want to do something nice to them. Let's put them in flesh and give them materials. And then you said, nah, we're too big to go in flesh. Didn't you not say that? And that's what the fight was over. So remember, guys, we're not flesh. Remember, and it's just a time. We're not flesh. Right? We are forever beings, forever. Even if we don't make it with Father, we go to the lake of fire, and that's forever. It doesn't stop, guys. So we are forever beings. We can never die. The way Father kills you, he puts you in the lake of fire. The bell rings. And you don't want the lake of fire, because that's where they're going. That's where they're going. So they built this nonsense and turn it around the best way they can to make it look like it was good. Which everything you do is bad. Everything you do is against Father. Everything, every last thing. So they do that so Father will not want you to come to his kingdom. That's the dance. Right? And Christianity, I couldn't even tell you Father's name. That's how much of a sterling job Satan's done. Right? Christianity couldn't even tell you what Father's name is. And it's supposed to be, sacred, Kodesh, into the Holy Spirit, all this stuff. And you don't even know the Creator's name. So what does it say about that? It says that organization is against Father, because that name Yahuwah is one of the most beautiful names I've ever walked with. and you want to see it when I'm lit it up. Whoa. And then you want to come and tell me, we can't say why it's too holy, says the children of Satan. How can you say something's too holy? Huh? Modern Israel. But we can say Hashim instead. I don't want to know who Hashim is, right? Because he can't be holy, because you can say his name, the damn tramp. You're chatting nonsense because you're the children of Satan. You are our twin. We had a twin, guys, right? And he's the twin. Red and hairy, that's him. That's the twin. The albino, that's him, miss. That's him. The Esau, that is him, miss. Every now and then you have an albino. The bell rings, thank you. That's him, miss. Right? And they're not telling you about who this child is. Now, this is a horrible child. Now, when this child was born, he tried to kill his own brother. He tried to kill him when he was an infant, and he got caught. And he thought he had his inheritance. He didn't, because before we came out of the room, we was told the older one will serve the younger one. So what does that mean, guys? The older one. So that means if you come out first, then you're the older one. So the older one will serve the younger one. But he didn't catch that, but he just thought, you know, oh, the inheritance is mine. He didn't even stay at home and learn the book or help his parents. He just went out every day hunting. And yeah, he was a good hunter. He could hunt. But he went hunting too much, because one day he went hunting and he was so hungry when he came back. So hungry. So he went to his brother, Mr. Big Dog, give me something to eat. You know what I mean? Not even, how you doing, brother? You're alright. Give me something to eat. Because I'm hungry. So his brother said to me, Jacob said to me, and this is the part of father didn't like in Jacob. That's why he changed his name. Right? So Jacob said, yo, give me a birthright. He said, man, I'm hungry, I'm gonna die. Give me something. Give me a birthright. I ain't getting nothing to eat. So what did he do? He said, all right, then I'll give him my birthright. And he gave his birthright just for something to eat. But not realizing you had lost it before you even sold it. And because of that there, he blames his brother for that. And this is what this is all about. And this is why he takes your birthright. Because when you get your phone and you say to your phone, birthright, you will see on your phone it says only Hebrew sons, like firstborn sons, get birthright. I didn't even know that, right, until I saw the phone. Only them get birthright. So because they don't get their birthright, now they say that everything what you get, like your birthright, is now theirs. Read the thing, that's what it says. They can take your birthright. Because whatever you got is theirs. Because we are the original birthright. And because their first sons don't get no birthright, right? They want to come and say, we control the world, so anything they get is ours. And this is just the children. Imagine when the Antichrist comes. And then imagine when Satan comes himself. And then you ain't got us there, our Father there, to ease them off. Because we'll be in the wilderness then, learning Father. Getting ready for the real world. Not this nonsense. And this is what's going on, guys. And many of them are looking forward to it, you idiot. Because they didn't tell you about the earth. Right? Because 7 years is really what? 1 week. And in that week, guys, right? Halfway, no, it says in the middle of it, sorry. In the middle of that week, there's going to be devastation and destruction, which means the stars will turn against you, which means the sun will turn against you, which means vegetation will turn against you. The trees will start coming after you. There'll be like 50, no, too small. There'll be 500, okay, there'll be 500 birds to one coming, swarming at you at one. This is what's coming for you. And then we got Lefarian, day 5, the sea monster. Man, there's stuff there for you, though. But this is the earth turning on you, because the first year or two is going to be brilliant, because you're going to be saying, I don't even know why they got lifted up. Do you know what I mean? Because look how beautiful it is down here. Remember, it only lasts for a week. Remember, 7 years is 1 week. And in the middle of that week is when the earth then turns on you. And this is the part Satan's not telling you. So he can have his little dance where he wants to want, where you're all praising Satan and then this, that, whatnot, when the earth turns against you. I mean, if you had your own earth and that, like I was saying to Father, then you could say he was like heavyweight. But you ain't even got your own earth. You You ain't even in command of trees. I mean, I would not like to be a child like you. And you know the power we possess, you stupid child. We're out of detention now, you idiot. We're out of detention now. And we're best behaved children. You won't think our children be better than us. May I tell you? Right, because we're brown tongues. Yeah? Because whatever he's given Jesus and all that man there, we want it too as children. Right? When we can touch people and they wake up, or when they're in the hospital and they're sick and we touch them, and then we want it too. Weird. We come from the line and we as children, Father, we want it. He said, those are my children. And the sisters want it too. We all want it, Father. Right? We want to show your grace. Because these fools can't do it. And they say it's a computer. And I know trickery. No. We're not going to give you a tablet and then you're addicted to the tablet. And then you can't get off the tablet because you're addicted to it. It's got a withdrawal and side effects, which is impossible. Now, when we do it, there's no side effect to it. We just touch it now. Bam. And then she said, you got dancing queen. I mean, this girl took dancing queen. And then she's gone on her way. No side effects. No withdrawals. And this is what Jesus was doing back in the day. Right? And you know what he's doing, guys? They were asking him and pleading and begging him to go. There's a multitude of sick people. A multitude. I know what he's doing. They touch and move. They touch and go. And everyone's nice. And then you got a multitude of all them lot begging him to leave. Can you just please go? And that's the same today, right? But then these Christians want to come and read what I've just read, because you live on Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. I'm on Marcus now. But all this what I've just told you is in Matthew in the beginning, right? But you see all this, but you don't talk about it, you Christians, right? And Matthew, right, isn't ordained, but he's a good boy. Because he used to be like you, even worse. He used to be a tax collector. So he used to go to the people at the tax office and demand taxes of them, even if they ain't got it. He's saying, you better make sure you find it before the clock goes 12. Otherwise, I'm going to come and get you and your family, right? And then Emmanuel said, he just said to me, oh, come and follow me. He said, where? He said, now. He said, I'm coming. And he jumped over the booth and he followed him. That's Matthew. That's a convert, right? And look how beautiful he is. And that's he's not ordained, he's a convert. So that means it's open for anybody, anyone. Doesn't matter who you are. As long as you have the right heart, what these people are looking for, and to have respect for them. And you haven't got respect. This is where you struggle with this thing, because this system teaches you to have no respect. It teaches you to compete. You're very good at competing. You do sports but they don't teach you how to lose graciously. They don't teach you these things. They teach you how to hate and compete and compete and to hate and to That is not what life is about, yes, sir? That is not life.
Why? You have legal racial profiling. You've ended DEI. You've ended affirmative action. You get all the best jobs even if you're not
and
qualified. You can be a Fox Weekend host and be the Defense Department's Secretary of Defense. You can be Kash Patel and be a podcaster who wants to go to Valhalla and run the FBI as long as you're conservative. You have everything. Why are y'all so angry? What the fuck are you angry about?
Exactly.
You've banned all of our books. You've banned Black History. You banned the 1619 Project. You don't have to compete with women for jobs. You've chased them out of the military. You've chased them out of the senior positions in the Department of Defense. You've gotten rid of all the Black history in the museums. Museums are terrified. I have contacts that I'm talking to inside of the Interior Department, people who are running all of those spaces where you can go and see a Civil War memorial or something. The people who work in these places are terrified. They're afraid to tell the real history. The people who are working for the federal government are afraid to say the word Black. You guys have canceled Black scholarships. You're damn near, I guess, ready to get rid of HBCUs. Donald Trump just recently said they're not going to fund any minority-serving institution. Y'all have gotten rid of that. You've gotten rid of help for Black kids to go to college. What more do you want? What are you so angry about? I go, and every so often I go and lurk and look on Extra. Y'all are the maddest people ever. Y'all are so angry for people who have everything. Y'all said you want your country back. You have it. The rest of us are sitting back and trying to keep our peace and preserve our peace while you all are running the country. If the airlines are crashing, that's you. That's you, the people you wanted to run the United States government. The FBI, y'all are laughing at them on X Twitter and saying that they look ridiculous. That's your FBI. They've purged the people who made the FBI what it was. It's not what you wanted. You have your podcasters running the FBI.
Exactly.
You have your friend from the real world running the Department of Transportation. That's what you wanted. There's no longer a gay guy there. The gay guy's gone. The gay guy's at home with his kid and his husband. He's not in charge anymore. The Department of Justice is what you wanted. It's your Justice Department that won't release the Epstein files. If you're about the Epstein files, you shouldn't be mad at me and the left. You need to be mad at Donald Trump. You all have the country. You run every red state like it's already Project 2025. You won't let women have abortions in Texas. They're literally dying of sepsis. That's what you wanted.
And you protect pedophiles, not vulnerable, to apologize. You protect pedophile men. That's who pays your wages, and that's wages of sin. And you're going to burn in the fire for it. You're going to burn. Same children you're burning for these fools, you're going to burn as well. You know, you're so weak, that's why you're scared of them, because you're weak. You're absolute weak. You haven't seen fear yet. Remember I told you, the great noise, the noise. Not anything that's going to be happening, just the great noise, the noise of it. The noise. Remember that, the noise. Remember that one. Just not what's going to be happening, just the noise first. Noise.
Wanted women to have only 6 weeks to get an abortion in Georgia? You got it. You wanted Texas to be a petri dish and a laboratory for every right-wing, anti-black, anti-gay, anti-trans idea, and you also got rid of vaccines. Every child in Florida is now going to go to school with kids who could give them measles, mumps, and rubella, and COVID. That's what y'all wanted. You now have a paradise in Florida where you can get sick, cough on people, let them die of whatever disease you're carrying. It's almost like you've got the pilgrims again that can come and cough on all the natives and take them out. That's what you wanted. You got it. You wanted Florida to be that. It's that. You wanted the United States to be Florida. It's that. But yet you all are still so angry. I don't understand it. I genuinely don't understand it. I don't mean to rant and rave, but I am genuinely trying to get to the bottom of what you all are so angry about. And I think I have a suspicion, and I have a guess. What you all are angry about is that while you have gotten everything you wanted on the right, we on the other side won't give you love for it. We won't respect you for it. We won't hail you for it. We won't respect you and say, hey, we want to, have you at the Oscars. We want to fet you. We want to make you guys. We want to wrap our arms around you. You want us to embrace you. You don't just want to run us and tell us what to do and tell us what to think and tell us what to read and tell us what history we can have. You don't just want to tell us what to do. You want us to embrace you. What you really want is to sit at our table. You're mad because while you are running the country into the ground.
Into the ground. Go on, sister. Dedication to the sisters. Right? And I want this to be a lesson to each and every young son growing up. Right? Because when you're growing up as a young son, who's always around you? When you're growing up as a little infant, the favourite ones, the little sons. Who's always around you? Woman. Who's always around you when you're growing up? Woman. Not him. And if he is, he's a very good man. Very. And you need to honour him. But we're talking 99% now. Woman. Woman. What? And I can't hear you. Woman. That's right, child. Don't you forget that. Woman. Right? And learn your P's and Q's when you're around woman. You hear me? I hear you. Well done. And Father will bless you. Why? Because Father is in your mum and is in your dad. Don't forget these things. Father is in your parents. So you have to be good to your parents. Because that means you're dissing Father as well. And you don't want to be dissing Father. Because you're just starting to know him now. Right? And I told you how to get to know him. Again. Same thing again. Exodus. Because you've got to see why he put us in the situation where we are now. And you'll read it and you'll agree with him to see how these children are very ungrateful. Very. And you don't want to be an ungrateful child, do you? No, you don't, because this is what happens to you. So you should be grateful you're getting on your march. You're not starting the race in the middle. Right? You're starting the race fairly. And that's why you'll live long. Run a clean race, my son and my daughter. Run a clean race, and the spirits will guide you. And the bell rings as well. Good children.
Yes. What you all are angry about is that while you have gotten everything you wanted on the right, we on the other side won't give you love for it. We won't respect you for it. We won't hail you for it.
No.
We won't respect you and say, hey, we want to, have you at the Oscars. We want to fet you. We want to make you guys. We want to wrap our arms around you. You want us to embrace you. You don't just want to run us and tell us what to do and tell us what to think and tell us what to read and tell us what history we can have. You don't just want to tell us what to do. You want us to embrace you. What you really want is to sit at our table. You're mad because while you are running the country into the ground, you're destroying your own farmers with tariffs. You're destroying your own farmers by taking away their subsidies that used to go with USA. You got what you wanted. They've ended the farm subsidies. These are the things y'all asked for. You got your big, beautiful budget. That's what you wanted. Trump gave it right to you. You got your permanent tax cut. You're still pissed because the left, the other side, the majority, we still cannot stand you. We cannot stand Christian nationalism. We don't want it. And because we will not say we want your Christian nationalism, we embrace your Christian nationalism. We like your Christian nationalism. We like you. Because we won't do that, that's why you're still mad. But guess what we're going to keep on doing? We're going to keep on being moisturized and unbothered, and we still not going to like it. We're never going to like Christian nationalism. We're never going to accept it. We're never going to be down with it. And our squad is bigger than your squad at the end of the day. We have the Boricuas. We got the Mexican Americans. They done woke up. They said, ooh, Lord, let's go ahead and go with these folks. We got the spicy whites. The spicy white folk are with us. They're with us. Right? We got the Asian Americans who woken up and said, whoa, we better be with them. Right? Chinese Americans, they see you. Japanese Americans like, you're going to do internment again? We see you.
South Koreans
like, oh, we see you. Y'all gonna kick the South Koreans out. Now you're going to cry because Georgia's going to have a worse economy because you're not going to get to have the South Koreans teaching y'all to have those high-tech jobs. South Koreans like, oh, well, sure hate it. Africa's like, we're just going to do business with each other. We got BRICS. We don't need y'all. Tourists are like, we don't need y'all. The African Americans, the Caribbean Americans are getting together and say, yo, why are we fighting each other? Caribbean Americans are like, yo, we were y'all. We made a hip hop together. Let's go off.
There's no fun in them. Just control.
And you're mad at us because
just control. Just control.
Run us and tell us what to do and tell us what to think and tell us what to read and tell us what history we can have. You don't just want to tell us what to do. You want us to embrace you.
You're mad.
What you really want is to sit at our table. You're mad because while you are running the country into the ground, you're destroying your own farmers with tariffs. You're destroying your own farmers by taking away their subsidies that used to go with USA. You got what you wanted. They've ended the farm subsidies. These are the things y'all asked for. You got your big, beautiful budget. That's what you wanted. Trump gave it right to you. You got your permanent tax cut. You're still pissed because the left, the other side, the majority, we still cannot stand you. We cannot stand Christian nationalism. We don't want it. And because we will not say we want your Christian nationalism, we embrace your Christian nationalism. We like your Christian nationalism. We like you. Because we won't do that, that's why you're still mad. But guess what we're going to keep on doing? We're going to keep on being moisturized and unbothered, and we still not going to like it. We're never going to like Christian nationalism. We're never going to accept it. We're never going to be down with it. And our squad is bigger than your squad at the end of the day. We have the Boricuas. We got the Mexican Americans. They done woke up. They said, ooh, Lord, let's go ahead and go with these folks. We got the spicy whites. The spicy white folk are with us. They're with us. Right? We got the Asian Americans who woken up and said, whoa, we better be with them.
I'm taking that.
Right? Chinese Americans, they see you. Japanese Americans like, you're going to do internment again? We see you.
South Koreans
like, oh, we see you. Y'all gonna kick the South Koreans out. Now you're going to cry because Georgia's going to have a worse economy because you're not going to get to have the South Koreans teaching y'all to have those high-tech jobs. South Koreans like, oh, well, sure hate it. Africa's like, we're just going to do business with each other. We got BRICS. We don't need y'all. Tourists are like, we don't need y'all. The African Americans, the Caribbean Americans are getting together and say, yo, why are we fighting each other? Caribbean Americans are like, yo, we were y'all. We made a hip hop together. Let's go off. And you're mad at us because we do not want to be with you. This America you want, that's yours, y'all. You keep it. We don't want it.
Why do you think they cover in the sun? We're about to activate. We've already activated, and I love this comment so much.
My sister's love is another one. There's another empress. His damn sister's father. His damn sister's brother. I can see it, can't I? You're damn right I can see them because I come out of sisters, so I can see it. All you can see is their hidden treats. Well, why do you think it's hidden? Huh? Why do you think the treats are hidden? You damn tramp.
You're mad because while you are running the country into the ground, you're destroying your own farmers with tariffs. You're destroying your own farmers by taking away their subsidies that used to go with USA. You got what you wanted. They've ended the farm subsidies. These are the things y'all asked for. You got your big, beautiful budget. That's what you wanted. Trump gave it right to you. You got your permanent tax cut. You're still pissed because the left, the other side, the majority, we still cannot stand you.
Why?
We cannot stand Christian nationalism. We don't want it.
We don't like Christian nationalism.
And because we will not say we want your Christian nationalism, we embrace your Christian nationalism. We like your Christian nationalism. We like you. Because we won't do that, that's why you're still mad. But guess what we're going to keep on doing? We're going to keep on being moisturized and unbothered, and we still not going to like it. We're never going to like Christian nationalism. We're never going to accept it. We're never going to be down with it. And our squad is bigger than your squad at the end of the day. We have the Boricuas. We got the Mexican Americans. They done woke up. They said, ooh, Lord, let's go ahead and go with these folks. We got the spicy whites. The spicy white folks with us.
I'm going to write it down.
They're with us.
I'm going to write it down.
Right? We got the Asian Americans who woke up. The Mexican Americans, they done woke up. They said, ooh, Lord, let's go ahead and go with these folks. We got the spicy whites.
There it is. I'm going to write it down. I got to, because I want to forget it. I got to write it down. I'm going to write it down. You see, everyone's getting back together, isn't it? Everyone's getting back together. Even, wait for it, the spicy. I see, the spicy whites. Nice name down. Today's date is what, guys? Today is 90. Alright, 9826. Spicy whites. I like it. It works. It works for me. You're bringing all your children back home, aren't you? Of course you are. Of course you are. And we are your children. Make sure we do balance and we bring everybody in. Whatever problems we've all got, sort out with Father. We're not here to do that. We're here to bring everybody together. That's what we're here to do. That's what we're here to do. And it works, isn't it? And it works, man. Let's keep it simple. We've all got problems with Father. We've all done wrong. We've all done wrong. And the greatest thing we can all do is come together, and that will please him. That will please him like chicken and chips. No, like curry and rice. No, like chicken and curry goat. Alright, curry goat and rice then. It will please him. Right? To see the people come together. And he knows the wickedness that we to each other. So if he could see us coming together, he'd say, wow. He'd say, how did it come to them? And we say, Yahuwah's love. He said, you finally wake up. I said, we woke up, Father. Finally. We woke up. Finally, Father. So maybe, just maybe, you might not damage us the way you want to damage us all. You get me? You might have a bit of compassion, you know? And we're reading our Bibles now. We are. No, man, they need to go and buy yourself a Bible. That's a cop-out. No, keep going to the phone. That's a cop-out. That's a cop-out, no. That's a cop-out. Right, yeah, the sisters are talking it there. The sisters. I'm ready this.
The spicy white folk with us.
Spicy
They're with us.
folks are the best.
Right? We have the Asian Americans who woke up and said, whoa, we better be. We want your Christian nationalism. We embrace your Christian nationalism. We like your Christian nationalism. We like you. Because we won't do that, that's why you're still mad.
True.
But guess what we're going to keep on doing? We're going to keep on being moisturized and unbothered, and we still not going to like it. We're never going to like Christian nationalism. We're never going to accept it. We're never going to be down with it. And our squad is bigger than your squad at the end of the day. We have the Boricuas.
Our squad is bigger than your squad. Our movement is bigger. You didn't see nothing yet. You didn't see nothing yet. Our movement is bigger than yours. Trust me. Trust me. We're looking to at least take $1 billion off you. Chris, at least take $1 billion off you. Easily. At least. Me and Father alone. At least. Take off you. Like Christianity. At least.
We're never going to be down with it. And our squad is bigger than your squad at the end of the day. We have the Boricuas. We got the Mexican Americans. They done woke up. They said, ooh, Lord, let's go ahead and go with these folks. We got the spicy whites. The spicy white folks with us. They're with us.
With us.
Right? We got the Asian Americans who woke up and said, whoa, we better be with them.
Be with us.
Right? Chinese Americans, they said.
There's only 2 ways you can get it, it says. Right? There's only 2 ways you can get it, it says. Be quiet. I'm telling you something. Be quiet. Thank you. There's only two ways you can get in. Right? Is either through the Emmanuel, who left your blood, or through with the children. There's no other way. There is no other way. You're not righteous enough to come through Father's way. Not at all. That's why he left the blood there with the Son. Right? And that's your way to come in. Or you come in through the children. Because don't forget, the children are going to be running it, and they're not going to be having animosity. No, you'll be a slave. There's animosity. You'll be their slave. You don't want to be their slave, do you? You want to be their friend. Stupid boy. And this is the dance what's going on. If you had any sense, you'd listen to what this woman said. Because all the spicy whites, what they're doing, they're waking up now. And everybody else is waking up. And you need to wake up as well, become a spicy white, you damn fool.
And we like your Christian nationalism. We like you. Because we won't do that, that's why you're still mad. But guess what we're going to keep on doing? We're going to keep on being moisturized and unbothered, and we still not going to like it. We're never going to like Christian nationalism. We're never going to accept it. We're never going to be down with it. And our squad is bigger than your squad at the end of the day.
It is.
We have the Boricuas.
Right.
We got the Mexican Americans. They don't woke up. They said, "Ooh, Lord, let's go ahead and go with these folks." We got the spicy whites. The spicy white folks with us. They're with us. Right? We got the Asian Americans who woke up and said, "Whoa, we better be with them."
Yes,
right? Chinese Americans, they see you. Japanese Americans like, "You're going to do internment again? We see you."
South Koreans.
South Koreans like, "Ooh, we see you. You're going to kick the South Koreans out. Now you're going to cry because Georgia have a worse economy because you're not going to get to have the South Koreans teaching y'all to have those high-tech jobs." South Koreans like, "Oh, well, sure hate it."
Roasting.
Africa's like, "We're just going to do business with each other. We got BRICS. We don't need y'all." Tourists are like, "We don't need y'all."
We've already got the great Africa here already. The great Zimbabwe. We've already got that here already.
Those high-tech jobs, South Koreans like, "Oh, well, sure hate it."
What he's doing.
Africa's like, "We're just going to do business with each other. We got BRICS. We don't need y'all." Tourists are like, "We don't need y'all." The African Americans, the Caribbean Americans are getting together and say, "Yo, why are we fighting each other?" Caribbean Americans are like, "Yo, we were y'all. We made a hip hop together. Let's go off."
American dollar. BRICS. You heard it.
And you're mad at us because we do not.
Hear it again, guys. Because this is what she's telling you. That's what they're doing. They're going with BRICS. And America ain't got no power for Russia, China, Brazil. You know, when they're all together. And that's the main headquarters there. And then underneath there, you got all these other countries. And they're going this way now. And this is why the dollar is no longer that dollar. Because the oil is what made that dollar the dollar. The oil, what they attached to it. In the most cunning way possible. And if you was to try and get on anyway, they would kill you. They would kill you. The only way you could get oil is if you spent it with the American dollar. Then you can get as much oil as you want, but you have to go through and give us money through. And now they're going through the BRICS way, and America is using all its crafty ways by going to Mr. Yung Chung Ching Chong Chang Chong, right? The rocket man, asking him to fight Iran. And what did he say? He said no, didn't he? But you see how low these people are. So he wants to bring the Ching Chong man, right? The rocket madman in Iran to go and fight Iran, and there's loads of them, so he could get back the dollar. You see how it works? You see how dangerous Donald Trump is? What Mr. Yung Chong Ching Chong said to him, no. He said no, and well done. Because you know how much people are dead, right? And not only that, you know, had problem then with China and Russia, because they are BRIC. And as you can hear now, we're going to play it now, beautiful children. This is where everybody's going. They're going to these people now, BRIC. This is where they're going, and they're doing business with them, where they can feed their family. And guess what? There's still plenty of change left over. They can feed their families, buy this, buy that, pay that, and there's still change left over. So they're saying, no, this is the right way to go. So America's like, nah. Right, you tell Ullman as well, because Ullman's doing it. You tell him, I'll bomb the shit out of him. And that's what you're hearing. This is what you're hearing. And this is why. This is why. Not because they've got nuclear weapons. That ship sailed 1968. He used that one so many times, it's gone out of fashion. No one vessel, right? That's not the reason. The reason is America is going to go hungry very soon. It's going hungry now. No, that's just the birth pains, Corona people. That's just the birth pains. Right? And America is a wicked country, Rasta, right? And it's now the people are suffering. See? Because they don't even know what life is. They're knowing now what life is, but this is what your country did to every other country it did to, apart from you. Because it was funding you and you was funding it. You knew exactly what it was doing. right? And now it's turn on you. Why? Because Father has told him to turn on you. Slowly, it's called dismantle. Go and look it up in the book or on the phone as you always like to, because you want it instant. Go and look at what dismantle means. Go and have a look. And this is what he's doing to you. No, because he needs to teach you a lesson. It's so quick just to bomb you and blow you up. No! I need to teach you a lesson. And I need to do it in front of everyone to embarrass you as well. And then when I finish with you, if you don't change, then I'm going to put you in the lake of the fire with your father. Right? And with the children, I don't know what you're doing being scared of. I put in so many books how weak these children are. I've even put in the Bible to show you that they're Gentiles. I've even put in the Bible to show you that I'll put you before these children, and you're still scared of these children. It's an insult to Father then. All the hard work he's done by putting it in the book to let you know that you're more important than these fools, because they're children of Satan, and you don't even know his name? Boy.
Sure hate it. Africa's like, we're just gonna do business with each other. We got BRICS, we don't need y'all. Tourists are like, we don't need y'all. The African Americans, the Caribbean Americans are getting together and said, yo, why are we fighting each other? Caribbean Americans are like, yo, we were y'all. We've been hip hop together. Let's go off. Right. And you're mad at us because we do not want to be with you. This America you want, that's yours, y'all. You keep it. We don't want it.
We don't want it.
Why do you think they cover in the sun? We're about to activate. We've already activated, and I love this comment so much. I wish I could pin it. We've already activated. Look what's going on. Look at what's going on. Think about how blatantly racist everyone is on the internet right now. Yeah. Do you know why? It's because we're not complicit. We don't put our heads down anymore. I've been seeing so many videos of us literally physically fighting back when we've been confronted with violence. This is a new timeline. It's only been literally like maybe 60 years, 65 years since the civil rights movement. White people used to beat like they used to whip our ass. They used to hang us from trees like strange fruit. They were still eating us in the 60s. We don't talk about this.
I know. They were eating us, man.
Literally, we experienced the most heinous things after the so-called slavery was abolished in the 1900s in this country. They stole our lands. They flooded us out. They burned and bombed everything. But now we're waking up. Even though they try to co-opt woke, they fucking steal and colonize everything we come up with. But we're all waking up and we're collectively getting on one band, one sound, and everybody's losing their shit. That's why they're coming out the woodworks like saying, oh, and of course, you know, the president makes them feel like they don't have to hide anymore. But the fact that we have a voice to say something back, this is why I can't do it on here. But on my YouTube channel, I say the most vile stuff to these people. When they talk to me crazy, I go for the jugular. Because we are activated. And this is, I feel like right now we're kind of like in phase 1 of finding a voice, identifying ourselves as who we are. We're not centering any other ethnicities. We're not centering anyone else. And that's why other people losing their shit over that, because they're so used to being centered. We've never centered ourselves as Black Americans. We've always been super inclusive while being disrespected, disregarded, abused. We're like the kid that was constantly bullied, and now we're fighting back because we have been activated. And it is so fucking beautiful to see. What a time to be alive. I am extremely grateful to be alive to witness this. We are all living our ancestors' wildest dreams. To have autonomy, all of the things that they fought for, all of the things that they withstood, all of the strife, a lot of them did not survive. We are the ones that survived. It just makes me feel I feel like I want to cry. Like, words can't describe. Like, we are the ones that survived.
I know.
Do you know how fucking powerful that is?
I know. Just stop it.
And this is phase 1. And I'm saying this is phase 1 because we're starting to have the conversations. We're starting to fucking put our foot down. We're starting to embrace who we are fully. This is some new ass shit. This is some new age ass shit, and everybody's losing their fucking minds. I am so proud. I truly am. Phase 2, I know I have an idea of what phase 2 is going to be, but I'm not about to say it on here. but we're going to start to. Slavery was abolished in the 1900s in this country. They stole our lands. They flooded us out. They burned and bombed everything. But now we're waking up. Even though they're trying to they still colonize everything to come up with. But we're all waking up and we're collectively getting on one band, one sound, and everybody's losing their shit. That's why they're coming out the woodworks like saying, oh, and of course, you know, the president makes them feel like they don't have to hide anymore. But the fact that we have a voice to say something back, this is why I can't do it on here. But on my YouTube channel, I say the most vile stuff to these people. When they talk to me crazy, I go for the jugular. Because we are activated. And this is, I feel like right now we're kind of like in phase 1 of finding a voice, identifying ourselves as who we are. We're not centering any other ethnicities. We're not centering anyone else, and that's why other people losing their shit over that, because they're so used to being centered. We've never centered ourselves as Black Americans. We've always been super inclusive while being disrespected, disregarded, abused. We're like the kid that was constantly bullied, and now we're fighting back because we have been activated. And it is so fucking beautiful to see. What a time to be alive. I am extremely grateful to be alive to witness this. We are all living our ancestors' wildest dreams. To have autonomy. All of the things that they fought for, all of the things that they withstood, all of the strife, a lot of them did not survive. We are the ones that survived. It just makes me feel... I feel like I'm gonna cry. Like, words can't describe. Like, we are the ones that survived. Do you know how fucking powerful that is? And this is phase 1. And I'm saying this is phase 1 because we're starting to have the conversations. We're starting to fucking put our foot down. We're starting to embrace who we are fully. This is some new ass shit. This is some new age ass shit, and everybody's losing their fucking minds. Time
lovers. And he says hi back to my music lovers. that my boy? Love train. Love train. Yeah, they're good boy. I don't want no tablets. I don't want no tablets. No, I'm good boy. I don't want no tablets. I don't want no tablets. No. I'm good boy, man. People all over the world, giant hat wine. It's a love train. A love train. What can I say? Leave me alone. Try to say that. I'm trying to corrupt me. No, it says it. It says, rusted root. Send me on my way when I wake. The vocals by a guy called Michael. Can you believe it? Or is it the map? It's a record, but transferred into a map. And it says, rusted root. Send me on my way when I wake. And it says Michael something. Let's hope. Diamond Michael's in it. The damn Michael. They're in the damn Michael's in it. And the Misha'el. What about the Misha'el? And the Misha'el. Tutu. Right. Gotta make a movie now. Can't I do tomorrow? Can't I just go to tomorrow, really? Can I get tomorrow? I just can't go to tomorrow. Can I get tomorrow? Can I get tomorrow? Just take on the cruise down with that. Can't you imagine? I can get tomorrow. You look up early in the morning, like the first thing in the morning. And the first thing in the morning. No, not really, sorry. When it's early in the morning. I don't want to leave you. I like where I am comfortable. I don't want to leave. You reckon? I have no idea. I'm asking you now. No, I'm not asking you. I have no idea. I'm confused, innit? So I'm asking you. No, real talk, I don't really want to do it at all. But I know I should because it's going to be the second day. Yeah, I'll just go and get it. You know better. You know better. Just go and get it. Alright. I know. Alright, come on. Your man's saying that with you. Yes, guys, they don't like good behavior at all. At all, at all, at all. At all. They're the biggest devils in disguise you'll ever come across. And their main prize is your children. Beautiful children. They ever tell you anything beautiful? Do they ever tell you anything nice? Huh? Do they do any manly, fatherly duties? Do you ever see them do that where you look back and you think, oh, that was nice? You ever see anything like that where you catch yourself saying stuff like that? When you see them interacting with children? And sons are meant to be the leaders. But then you're telling children it's alright to be gay. And Father made the rainbow for gay men and gay women. Which is another lie. So you're not even giving the children the option. You're just giving them a one-way ticket to hell. And thinking that is the way to live. This nasty European way. And Europeans are known for being filth. Known for struggling with hygiene. Known for struggling. Known. Remember, guys, Father only said he's going to give it to you for 400 years. Well, 430. That's what it says. And this is what you see him being dismantled. But when they teach you not to read the book, because they don't want you to know who you are and what monsters they've come out of, they don't want you to know these things. But as you heard the woman say, many are separating themselves from them. Many. Because it's too clear to see. It's only an idiot who can't see what's going on. Right? And we're here to push our devil children. That's what we're here to do. But And we're not putting you in the pigs. We are not putting, from what you've done to the poor pigs, they've had enough done to them. We're not putting you in the pigs. We're putting you out there so people can throw stones at you, because that's what Hebrew do. And if the stones catch you, you finish. Because whatever part the stone hits, it falls off, whichever part. It's the And those are the benefits you get when you're with Yahuwah. Those are the benefits. The tresavet. When you hear that word run, Yahuwah tresavet. When you hear that one, that's a run. Right? Because that's a command. And if you don't kill, even the little ones, if you don't kill them, I will kill you. Because it's a command. You stay there. And they didn't do it last time. They spared a few. And it's the same few they spared. These which will come back to haunt them now. And these children ain't making that mistake. I can guarantee you that. This generation is not making that mistake. Because all the mistakes what our forefathers were, we ain't making that. We ain't got time to be going back into slavery again. Yes, sir. But that's not happening anyway, because we're going to change everyone's hearts. We're going to have the same heart as him. The same heart, the same spirit, the same soul, the same everything. So there's no mess-ups. None at all. No room for evil. No room at all. So he can show us all these wonderful things that he wants to show off and show us. You know how much things the man wants to show off and show us? So there's wonder and delight in our faces. And every time someone sees you, they say, you've been with Father. You say, how do you know? You say, I can see the radiant on your face just shines. Because when you're with Father, he's so bright, the radiant on him shines upon you. And that's when people know, you've just been to see Father, ain't you? You see, you can tell, can't you? Yeah, you can see the radiant on him. And that's what he does. Out of this world. Nothing we could even imagine, people, children. Nothing we couldn't even imagine. Out of this world. Right? And you got these little mighty ones, which he says they're not even mighty. Right? Are fooling the Gentiles. That's what it says. They are fooling the Gentiles from the Gentiles, not knowing me. That's what it says. Right? So it doesn't say for his children to then turn against the Gentiles. It doesn't say that at all. No, it doesn't. It says, the book of Tebet, chapter 13, verse 3, and it says, give thanks to him before the Gentiles. Him means Yahuwah. Give thanks to him before the Gentiles, the children of Yasharel, for he has scattered us amongst them. So declare his greatness there. That's what it says. So it doesn't say, because, I told them to enslave you, that now you must take revenge on them. It doesn't say that at all. That's not what it says. It says, in fact, did you learn the lesson of why I had them enslave you? That is the question he wants answering. Because all you want to do is enslave white people. Or are they the children of Satan? I mean, you're so confused, you don't even know what they are. 1 minute they're white people, then they're Gentiles, and then they're the children of Satan. But what you need to do, you need to pause Gentiles for a minute, white people, whatever you want to call them, and you want to go to the children of Satan, who is corrupting you, and that is modern Israel. Now you need to concentrate on them for a hot minute, and your whole concept of life will change. And maybe, just maybe, you might like the Gentiles then. Just maybe. Who knows? Who knows? Because Satan's biggest dream and his children is to get the real Yahshua children to turn against the Gentiles. When Father says, don't you dare do that. Don't you dare do that. But Satan say, no, do it. They enslaved you. Look what they've done to you. They've done this, that, and they're children of Satan. We'll ask him to show you in the book where it says that Gentiles are children of Satan. It says his children are children of Satan. It doesn't say anything about anybody else. And he's just trying to trick you. Right? And he's very deceiving, extremely. And he's got 33% more of this knowledge than you guys have. Not us. He's got more than we have, but we only get told it in snippets because it would scare us if they showed us everything. It would petrify us. Of course it would. Sit down where it would. You start seeing things come out the sky and whatnot. Of course you see trees running. Of course it's going to petrify you. But it would me. Damn right it would. What about this then? Your friend, right? Just passed away. You vexed, man. He can't stop crying. He's a good friend. And you heard this man called Jesus could touch him and make him come to life. And you don't believe him, right? But you love your friend so much, and you do believe that it can happen. Why? Because you love your friend so much. So you went to this Jesus and said, I know I don't really know you and don't really believe in you, but if you was to help my friend, I would start believing you. And he said, you know what? Just because you said you're going to believe me, watch this. And he touched him and he got up. What would you do? What would you do? Don't forget to know, he was dead. He was cold to the touch. Right? I didn't give him the golden touch. And he got up. And he said, come on, let's go. What would you do? That's a lie. That's a lie, miss, because that's the wrong answer. Because that's what he did. Right? And this is what you need to do. You need to go back and read Matthew again. And see how much people, there was even breaking through the roof just to get touched by the great superstar so they could be nice and fresh again. You know how much illness and disease and sickness there back in that time? It's unbelievable. Right? But he didn't judge them and say, give me some money and I'll do it for you. Give me some money and I'll do it. Give it. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. He touched them out. I said, come follow me. And then you said, oh, look, listen, you just go. Just go. We want you to go. Please, just go. That's what you did. That's what you did. And you're the same today. You've got no love for the people unless you're controlling them. You can't even take sickness out of them. Of course you can't. Because it's not you putting it in them. It's my people putting it in them. So it's them who can take it out. But you don't want them to know there's a higher power than you, do you? You damn stupid idiot. Well, there is, guys. There's a higher power, mate, than Satan and his stupid children who stole everything they've got. Everything they've got stolen. Even the land they own is stolen. Everything they've got is stolen. Even the identity they've got is stolen. Right? And the children want back their identity. It's a different generation of children now. It's a different generation of children. You can't see. Huh? You're blind. It's a different generation of children now. And even your generation of children are jumping with us. Because they're not stupid. Because they know that they're going to take the suffering for it. They. Because it falls on the children. We should know. We are the example. We are. You stay there. And remember, excuse me, beautiful people, the reason why they got crucified so bad is because they lynched their king, guys. Nobody lynches your king, especially a real king. You know, he's been going around saving people and taking illnesses and taking bad rulers out of them, evil rulers, are begging to be put in pigs. And you can see all this, but you still hang him off a tree. And then you got the audacity to say you followers of Jesus. You don't even know what colour he is. You don't even know what his name is. You know absolutely nothing about it. You don't even talk about the wondrous things he's done. You don't even talk about when he smashed up the dance when you sort of selling your nonsense and selling your goods in Father's house. That's the only time you see him go mad. Only time. And rightly so. But you don't talk about these things, do you? So when is tithings fit into it? When they're totally against all that stuff? But you're collecting 30 billion every Sunday without fail. 30 billion. This is what you give them every Sunday. And the bell rings. That's what you give them. That's what you give them. And I don't see anywhere in the book where it says to go and ask vulnerable people or poor people or my people, ask them for money. I don't see anywhere where it says that. But you mean to tell me, say, you're going to insult Father by saying, I'm going to give you this money. He's not even got his face on it, by the way. He's got some different people's face on it. And you say, give me this, and I'm going to speak to Father for you, and I'm going to get into whatever and whatever. I mean, that is an insult to the whole perspective of peace, love, togetherness, compassion, empathy, sympathy, long-suffering, hardship. It's an insult. This is an insult to it, because this brutalized humanity in the worst way possible to become this. And then you want to use this to tell people, bring this and I'll speak to Father and he's going to bless you. I mean, I don't know what planet you're on, man. I don't know what planet you're on. I really don't. I don't think you can see the wickedness that you've done. I don't think you can see it. I genuinely don't think you can see it. I think you think this is how people live. We're just murdering and killing people, and they're just making up things and taking people's identification, and then just killing and murdering them. And the only place left now is the Strait of Hormuz. The only place, oh yeah, and the Ottoman, which we just smashed up already. You know what I mean? Because people are going through that way now. So that's going to get smashed down. He doesn't care about that. He doesn't care about that at all. If you're not getting it his way, then he prefers you to starve. Because he thinks he's alright, because they've all got everyone's money and everything. But Father's going to make sure it's got nothing to do with money. He's going to make sure. And anything you have got, he's going to make sure it goes mouldy. All the food you think you've got all stocked away, make sure it goes mouldy. Or it'll just make the grounds. You know the famous ground? Turn it to putty. What happens? It just drops. So all that saving that you've been saving, it's just gone. Gone. Don't play with Father. Don't think you're smarter than Father. Because everything you think and everything you try and do, he knows even before you're doing it. Even before you're doing it, he knows. Because remember, some of us are ordained. Some of us, he knew about even before he placed us in our mother's warm womb. Some of us are ordained. Some of us. Don't forget that. Don't forget that. And you can find that in Genesis. I do apologize. You can find that in Jeremiah chapter 1 verse 5. That's for certain sons. Right? And if you're a brown-skinned son and you're a firstborn son, you need to start waking up then. Because you have no idea how precious you are, their little grandsons. You have no idea. No idea. Right? You don't want them to commercialize you. Because that's all he's doing. They're coming for you because you are the prize. You. They're not your friend now. Don't go off in those circles with none of them on your own. With none of them. With none of them. You are the prize. No matter what your mum tells you, listen to what the spirits are telling you and what Jesus is telling you and what Father's telling you. You are the prize. They trick your mum as well. They trick my mum as well. You are the prize, son. Don't forget that. Don't keep saying not about not God, right? Them things are not in the book. White people, them things are not in the book. Gentile is in the book. Hebrew, Yasharel child, that's in the book. That's who you are. That's who you are. That's who you are. The apple of Father's eye. That's who you are. And the reason why you're in this situation is because of your ancestors, because they would not listen to Father. They thought they was better than Father. And they said, I'm going to discipline your way to the third and fourth generation, which is us. So this is our time now. Don't listen to what they're telling you. They're going to tell you nonsense so you don't know who you are. Because once you know who you are, his dance is finished. Right? Because without you, there's no Cabot Circus. Right? Without you, there's no Edward Colston. And the list just goes on and 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 on without you. Now Father's come for you. Why? Because you're his inheritance. Now he wants his children back. Why do you think he don't want to let you go? This thing's been going on since Pharaoh. Let my people go. No. They cannot do anything without you, son. Not, you can't even tie a shoelace. Can't do anything without you. You are his inheritance, and you're also Father's, and he's come for his inheritance. And it says this in Isaiah chapter 47. Come here, you, and sit down in the dirt, and open your legs, you. I gave you my inheritance, and you defound them. Read the thing, man. You stay there. You have no idea what you've done. No idea. And they're still lying to you about who these children are. I can see no blessings coming. My people not to worry. Oh, yeah. Give it up. Why don't you pray? The words are Here's a new word. What they give it for you white people, right? It's called the spicy whites. I love that one. Right? Because a lot of troops coming up now. And they give you like a new name, the spicy whites. They say even the spicy whites are coming over. Right? And the bell rings as well. There's a different energy going on, guys. A different energy. And your sons are absolutely horrible to humanity. Because they're connected to Satan, and Satan is modern Israel. Those are the children of Satan. The Antichrist hasn't come yet, but he's soon come. And then you've got the devil, and they copy us. We are the children. We have Christ, as we all know him, and then we have Father. And they've done the same thing, Satan, the Antichrist, and then the children, which is modern Israel. It's the same dance. Remember, they copy and paste. There's no creativity in them at all. So everything they're doing, Father knows already. Because all they do is copy us. The White House, they copied us. The Vatican, they copied us when we drop them. Because they can't create. They're dumb. Absolute dumb. Can't do nothing. All they can do is copy, paste, rob, steal, and then pretend they are what they've robbed and steal. That's who they are. And then when Father comes, they run behind women. They do it all the time now. Nothing to do this time. He's just going to kill them. This time. There's going to be no more empires. It's been written on a rock and it's chucked in the ocean. And heaven and earth is the witness. There will be no more empires. And no empires last more than 250 years, America. No empire. Tell them that one has. And that was 251 years. You see, your dance is done. You damn right it is done. Using your head to make the American dollar powerful by crippling people that they have to spend with this dollar, otherwise you ain't going to get no oil. And now people have found a different way to get their oil, where they can get the oil, still do what they're doing, feed their family, and save money. But because they can do that, you don't like that. So now this is why you're bombing up everywhere. So you prefer no one to have it if you can't make money from it. And you've been doing this since I come out of one's warm room. And you don't think enough is enough, America. I mean, look how you brought yourself on the map. You murdered and killed the last people that was in European, no, I do apologize, in dangerous America. That's what it was before you came there, made it European America. You murdered all the people there and then brought yourself there. So you must have that same behavior. We cannot expect anything different from you. Why? Because that's the behavior what you did to get yourself there. Nobody put you there. Nobody at all put you there. You put yourself there in the most brutalist way possible. And then every year you've got the audacity to celebrate that wickedness. That started from the 17th, 1776, the 4th of July. There she is there. That's when that nastiness started. And not once do you think about the people you've murdered, raped, killed, and then all your wickedness to put that wicked machine there. And this is what Father's coming to cripple, guys. Because he didn't ordain it. He didn't function that when he was creating the world. He didn't function that place there. Not one bit did he function that place there at all. That's why it's cursed. It's against humanity. The way it got itself there was against humanity. It broke all the rules to get itself there. nice name, isn't it? The Spicy Whites. I like the name now. I like it. Come, let's get ready then. Let's get ready. Let's get ready. Oh, it was doing good. Dedication to the Spicy Whites outside. I like the name though. And the woman brought it as well. Because everyone's coming back together now, ain't it? You're damn right. Because what they're doing, they're getting away from Christianity, is what they're saying. Because they're realising that's separating you. It's what's separating you, man. And children are breaking away from it, man. The Spicy Whites, the word signs. Damn right, Dan. Damn right. Damn right. Right, what we do? Quick split on the way, journey. Alright. Yeah, you might as well just go down here and just do it the right way. No problems. What's the weather like out there, guys? Have a quick look. What do you reckon? Ice. These are right. They're not ganja, am I right? The ice. We'll see you today. Yeah, big guys. We'll see you today. Right, come on you. I'm coming. I'm coming. No, fried fish will be back. Be very nice. Got egg there as well. See? Nice, isn't it? Beautiful, lovely. Spicy white, isn't it? Spicy whites. Both sides. Spicy crew. That is a nice name they give you, white people. It's a nice name they give you. Spicy whites. It's a nice name, man. I like it, man. It's a nice name. Jessica. You know, they got the touch of us in there, innit? The Spicy Whites. Yeah, it's a good name, man. You know, they say, the spicy, you know, the spicy white and syrup. Yeah, you know that. We're touching them. Good name, this. Good name. Because they're all father's children. She mentioned every race of children she mentioned in religion. I heard her. I just don't know the names, but she mentioned them. Which is good. The power's working for them and doing it to them. The right way though, you're not forcing it. No, you can't do it. No, you can't force it at all. Because it's got to stay with you forever. So it can't be forced. I mean, everyone's got their own different way of getting in. Father, everyone's got a different set. Different journey. In truth. Yeah? And they don't do truth, do they? I have no idea why. Everything works so peacefully in truth. It's glad for it. Truth. The earth accepts you then. It does. In truth. It does. Because they're moving in a safer world. There's two completely different worlds then. Which is get to absorb nature. You never see them. They're either in cars or in a bunch. Not them at all. They're not the children at all. My father's looking for. Not at all. Not at all. You don't see children flocking around them. They're not the children at all. Children are scared of them. They're not the children at all. And the problem you have is the condition of the poor children today. This is the problem you have, the condition of them. Because they're worse than men, the children. And they're thinking it's a good thing because they're getting paid for it. And they've been shown some real wicked, some dark stuff. Dark. And your children look at it like it's nothing, so they've got the dark mind. And that's where human robot, that damn machine again, here it is, the machine again. Listen here, this damn smart, that's the name they call it as well, guys. Smart machine. Dangerous, man. In the wrong hands. And you're giving it to a child. And the child doesn't stop growing until, 25? That's when the brain stops growing. Did you know that? Why don't you know these things? You know, what's plausible to you is not plausible to the child. No matter how the child says, at all, not at all. Because once they've seen it, they can't unsee it, can they? And then it grows in them. They're not telling you that part, neither. And what you see grows in. They're not telling you all that, are they? These devils that they are. They're dangerous, man. They don't teach you nothing, do they? About inside. Nothing at all. Nothing, not one thing. Well, that's not right, is it, guys? Come on, that's not fair, is it? I mean, how do you compete when there's two of this? When you don't even know that you think it's just one, which is just the flesh. There's not, there's two. There's two of you. There's not one. He's lying to people, man. But you know his story, he knows how to make money out of you, though. Oh, he knows how to put tax on you, doesn't he? That one there ain't stupid, is he? Far from it.
Listen here! Living in a time. I'm thinking you say, oh, I'm not money. We're living in a time. Oh, it's a endless time. Remember when we were young, we used to love up now, all the while. And now we are better paid. Some just fight up now. Every day it seems as if we don't know themselves. Hear what they say, that the times will change. Oh yes, yes the times will change. Oh yes, yes the times will change. Yes the times will change. Oh yes, very next time you're living in. You're living in someone in my every day. Oh, goodness. In this time, in this dreadful time, man, you've got to mind the places that you go, the company you keep, or it might just be seen you can't get out. Oh no, just because the change, I'm telling you, the times have changed, things are rearranged.
showing your wisdom, you can't hear it. But when it comes to foolishness and anything artificial, you're there straight away, like the idiot you are.
We have a voice to say something back. This is why I can't do it on here. But on my YouTube channel, I say the most foul stuff to these people. When they talk to me crazy, I go for the jugular because we are activated. And this is, I feel like right now we're kind of like in phase 1 of finding a voice, identifying ourselves as who we are. We're not centering any other ethnicities. We're not centering anyone else. And that's why other people losing their shit over that, because they're so used to being centered. We've never centered ourselves as Black Americans. We've always been super inclusive while being disrespected, disregarded, abused. We're like the kid that was constantly bullied and now we're fighting back because we have been activated. And it is so fucking beautiful to see. What a time to be alive. I am extremely grateful to be alive to witness this. But we are all living our ancestors' wildest dreams. To have autonomy, all of the things that they fought for, all of the things that they withstood, all of the strife, a lot of them did not survive. We are the ones that survived. It just makes me feel. I feel like I want to cry. Like, words can't describe. Like, we are the ones that survived. Do you know how fucking powerful that is? And this is phase one. And I'm saying this is phase one because we're starting to have the conversations. We're starting to fucking put our foot down. We're starting to embrace who we are fully. This is some new ass shit. This is some new age ass shit, and everybody's losing their fucking minds. I am so proud. I truly am. Phase two, I know I have an idea of what phase two is going to be, but I'm not about to say it on here. But we're going to start to gather in the physical and start working on phase two. Spread love is the Brooklyn way. We're activated. I'm so happy.
If you feel numbness or tingling in your hands and feet, there's a detail in your morning routine that almost no one talks about, and it might be worth rethinking. A lot of people living with neuropathy have the habit of drinking cold water first thing in the morning every single day. After I understood...
I'm sorry to say it, but a couple years ago, I was one of the people that was like, man, guys, not everything is about slavery, like you're reaching. And then I started learning history, and I was like, oh my gosh, everything goes back to slavery. I'll look up a law, and where did this law come from? It's law was made specifically to keep white rich people in power and prevent certain people from voting. And I'm like, holy cannoli, it goes back to slavery. Interesting. I was looking up Wall Street. Wall Street used to be the base of a slave trade. Not necessarily surprised. Abraham Lincoln, the person that I was personally taught in school, ended slavery single-handedly. He actually, didn't even care about ending slavery, didn't care about equality, really at all. It was completely politically motivated. Yeah. Yeah, it all goes back to slavery, my guys. It's pretty crazy. Just start looking stuff up. Where did this come from? What's this about? Why did this start? Slavery.
I've witnessed more overt racism in the last 3 months than I've ever seen in my entire life. I live in Chicago, which is saying something because it's one of the bluest cities in America. One of the key markers of authoritarianism and fascism is that there is a widespread disdain for human rights, a lack of compassion, and general support for one authority figure. And what makes me most disgusted is that a lot of white people insist that what they're saying is not racist because, quote, it is so common. Just because something is common does not mean it's not racist. What ICE is doing right now is looking at the color of someone's skin, and if they are brown or black, they are arresting or detaining them. They're tackling them to the ground. They're using excessive force. There cannot be a clearer example of racism other than looking at someone and seeing the color of their skin and deciding whether to arrest them or not. So I'd like to remind white people right now that if you see something, you need to say something. The more common that these comments become, the more accepted they are going to be. Beyond the next 3 years of Trump's presidency, we need to nip this in the bud now so that we can stop our further descent into authoritarianism. This is a serious time, so you need to do your part and actually work to create a better society.
Racist white people trying to use the same racism their ancestors used in 2026 is always hilarious to me. Because y'all are poor. I would just like to inform you that a white man entered my DMs and called me an ugly nigger and told me I would never amount to anything in my life. So naturally, I click on his profile, which is not private, and I see that he lives in a trailer park in Wisconsin. So you're poor. And this is a PSA to white racist people who are MAGA, who are usually poor and uneducated and don't have an education, have never left their hometown. Your ancestors could afford to be racist because at least they held a power structure in place where all of them were wealthier than black people, but you guys are poor. I literally just flew back from Vegas on a whim to see my nephew and take him to see fireworks. I'm packing for Colombia and then I'm going to Spain next week. What are you doing in Wisconsin? You're poor. Based on what I've seen in your profile, your credit score is at 500. So I would say this to white people who are racist. The jokes are old and antiquated. They don't hit. Your ancestors, like I said, had power over us, but I'm sorry, that doesn't exist anymore. So if you're gonna talk shit and be racist to someone and say things like, oh, you'll never amount to nothing, oh, you're chipping out, oh, 15% of population. I'm not poor. You are. I'm not poor. I have my MBA. I have 3 degrees. I have a beautiful life. And by no means am I bragging. I am, because you're a racist and you live in a fucking trailer. It's not my fault you weren't able to take advantage.
You tell him, bro. You tell him, man.
How did we get to a point where we treated other human beings as slaves? And we're okay with that.
And you're all right with it.
When I see the Make America Great Again, my comment is, do you accept that that could possibly be construed as a racist remark? And most people, a lot of people go, how could that be racist? Make America great again? I said, so just ask yourself from an African American experience, when was it ever great in America for the African American?
You don't care about that.
When was it great?
Why would you care about that?
So if you're making it great again, it's not including them.
Guys, I got to pop out.
So it's to teach